guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Police in St. Louis have identified the suspect they say opened fire at the Central Visual and Performing Arts High School Monday morning. Police say 19-year-old Orlando Harris shot and killed teacher and a student and injured at least 6 others before he exchanged shots with police and was killed. St. Louis Police Chief Michael Sack told reporters Monday afternoon that Harris graduated from the school last year and had no prior criminal record.
There's suspicions that there may be some mental illness that he was experiencing. We're working on developing that information.
One of the major concerns Americans have right now is the cost of everyday items. At Monday's White House press briefing, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says there has been some relief at the gas pump. She says the president will continue to do whatever he can to bring down prices while also urging companies making record profits to pass on their lower costs.
For a third week, with prices coming down in every state across the country, nationally, prices are down by $1.22 per gallon since their June peak.
In Mississippi, where health officials expect 5,000 more births each year as a result of the Supreme Court ruling upending abortion rights, children are more likely to die before their first birthday than in any other state. Mississippi has the nation's highest fetal mortality rate, highest infant mortality rate, highest preterm birth rate, and is among the worst states for maternal mortality. Black women are nearly 3 times more likely to die due to childbirth than white women in Mississippi. As the state's Republican leaders led the legal fight against abortion, Governor Tate Reeves said he would do everything in his power to make Mississippi the safest state in the union for an unborn child. But access to pre- and postnatal care has dwindled in Mississippi since the June ruling, making childbirth even more dangerous for poor women and children. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Justice Clarence Thomas on Monday temporarily shielded Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican of South Carolina, from having to answer questions from a special grand jury in Georgia investigating efforts to overturn former President Donald J. Trump's election loss in the state. Justice Thomas's brief order was an administrative stay meant to give the court some breathing room to weigh the senator's emergency application, asking the Supreme Court to bar the grand jury from asking him any questions. On Saturday, Justice Thomas, who oversees the appeals court whose ruling is at issue, ordered prosecutors to respond to the application by Thursday. Such a request for response is almost always a sign that the full court will weigh in on the matter. Russian President Vladimir Putin showcased what seemed to be intravenous or IV track marks on his hands while meeting with soldiers, sparking rumors of his undergoing cancer treatment. The video was released by Russia's Ministry of Defense last week of showing the Russian president overseeing drills while accompanied by several soldiers. Putin at one point is seen donning ear protection and glasses as he practices shooting a sniper rifle. After standing up, Putin grabs one of the soldiers' arms with his hand, with a visible mark showing. U.S. students in most states and almost all demographic groups have experienced troubling setbacks in both math and reading, according to an authoritative national exam released on Monday, offering the most definitive indictment yet of the pandemic's impact on millions of school children. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. hotshot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, I suppose that's my cue. Time to go to work. Let's roll. Get this party started. As we close out a Monday. Thank goodness. All right. So we'll look forward to a Tuesday, all settled in, the new work week underway for most. You know, a lot of drivers getting out there first night of the week tonight. So just getting the week started. And we'll be looking at the 25th day of October. Kind of counting down the days to Halloween. Yeah, enjoyed some warmer temperatures. Not a bad day. 63 degrees outside the Hotshot Secret Bunker, located here in Southwest Ohio. That's our home 20. Yeah, we'll check in with some of our listening friends around the country. From the East Coast to the West Coast. See what's going on. And we do have some strong storms in South Central, rolling toward southeastern Texas. This line of storms kind of making its way toward the Houston area. Yeah, we do see numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Actually, a tornado watch still in effect for this hour, unless things change and they update that. They did actually just extend, rather than a tornado watch, a severe thunderstorm watch. On over to much more of southeastern Texas, on over to the Louisiana line. So we'll keep an eye on things there. But you can tell the distinct change in the air masses, where you've got freeze warnings in the Texas Panhandle, severe weather in southeastern Texas. In between there, therein lies the dividing line. Thus, the showers and thunderstorms we're witnessing tonight. Now, the strong storms are in southeastern Texas, but we've got lots of rain. It's raining in Oklahoma City. Rain beginning to push to the east of Springfield, Missouri. Yeah, rain all the way up through central and northeastern Missouri. Showers through eastern portions of Iowa, much of Minnesota, and Wisconsin tonight. Looks like the bulk of the heaviest stuff is now out of Minnesota. A lot of rain, though, in Wisconsin. Yeah, you get back into northwestern Minnesota, though, and you're seeing a bit of that transition to some snow. And we're talking a region of the country that really could use some rainfall. It has been parched since the summer. So some relief is on the horizon this week, but the trade-off is it does come at the risk for severe weather. Part of the same powerful storm that brought a lot of snow across the Rockies over the weekend now spins across the central USA on into midweek. And it's going to unleash a whole new set of hazards to some areas as this storm continues to develop in Texas and Oklahoma. Obviously, some much-needed rainfall for that region. Probably going to bring showers, rain, thunderstorms, widespread areas, 1.5 inch to an inch of rain. Yeah, some areas of Oklahoma and northeastern Texas, maybe eastern Missouri. Yeah, more like 1 to 2 inches of rain. Some areas maybe 2 to 4 inches of rain. Yeah, that heavier rain zone would include the likes of Oklahoma City and Springfield, Missouri. Forecasters warn localized flooding is possible in some areas. Most of the area can expect downpours that amount to nothing more than maybe some ponding of water on the roadways, but that will definitely slow your travels down. As the week progresses, runoff will slowly filter into the tributaries of the Mississippi River. That's where they need the rain, making the headlines the historically low Mississippi River levels. Now, any boost in water levels is likely to be brief, temporary and slight from day to day, a day or two of rain in the basin, but at least that portion of the storm system is some good news there. It will not immediately reach the main stem. Could take days to maybe even a couple of weeks at the very least. The recession of water will slow down and eventually stop. Levels could reverse and begin to rise a few feet, at least briefly, before falling off again, depending on additional storm systems. But on the tail end of the rain, we could see some wet snowflakes mixing in over parts of northwest Texas, the Oklahoma Panhandle region overnight tonight. As a result of the storms in the Dallas area this past evening, Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport actually issued a ground stop for both arriving and departing flights. In nearby Frisco, vehicles forced to drive through flash flooding there. Now, accompanying the rain is that threat for thunderstorms that could turn severe further to the east, as well as potential tornadoes. The contrast of the warm air ahead of the storm, the cold air on the backside, it's a rather dynamic setup in the atmosphere, and that's the perfect setup for severe weather. All right, thunderstorms overnight tonight. Motorists along parts of I-10, 20, 35, be cautious for downpours and gusty winds. The threat for severe weather begins to shift eastward into the Mississippi River Valley as the week progresses. Downpours, damaging winds expected over western Kentucky, from western Kentucky all the way down to the Louisiana Gulf Coast. Drenching rain moves even further northward into the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. Obviously, behind this storm system, drier conditions return to the southern plains through midweek. But we are monitoring, AccuWeather monitoring for another storm to sweep through the northwest during that time frame, which could bring more rain to the plains when we get toward the tail end of this week. Well, this is the storm that started off bringing definitely a taste of old man winter to much of the western USA. Saw a big contrast in the temperatures, a big cool-off. Across the Pacific Northwest, high temperatures dropped to the 40s and 50s over the weekend. Overnight lows dipping low enough to bring snow to many areas. Montana, Wyoming, Colorado. Snow started accumulating on the roadways in Montana. Saturday evening, we saw dangerous travel conditions in some of the higher elevations. Lost Trail Pass, McDonald Pass. Snowfall in the mountains of Montana actually exceeded a foot in many areas. Highest storm total in Montana, the mountains around Big Sky there. Accumulations of 17 inches. The mountainous area near Bozeman, not far behind, 15.8 inches officially there. The snow brought impacts further south into Utah. Parts of the Wasatch Mountains saw as much as 2 feet of snow. Alta, Utah, recording 25 inches of snow over the weekend. That actually surpassed the monthly average for the month of October, 24.4 inches typically. Other areas such as Solitude and Summit Park recorded 10 or more inches of snow. Alta Ski Resort reported snow by Saturday morning. A fresh blanket of snow, although there was some pretty thick fog in the mix there. The storm left Alta with a base depth of 21 inches of snowfall. Park City Ski Resort, storm brought over 8 inches of snow to the mountain there, aiding the snowmaking in Canyons Village and Mountain Village. Powder covering the statues and the ski lifts. Snow began to fall in Wyoming by Sunday evening. We saw some slick, slushy roads across the northern Black Hills region in that state, on into northeastern Wyoming. By this past morning, Monday morning, roads were dangerous across the area. Freezing temperatures, snow creating a slick snowpack for the state there. Snowy, icy conditions extended to Gillette, Wyoming, and on into northwestern portions of South Dakota. Colorado also got in on the winter action as the storm began to impact that state overnight last night. Sunday night into Monday morning, winds gusting in excess of 60 miles per hour in several spots. Even recorded a 90-mile-per-hour wind on Wolf Creek Pass in Mineral, Colorado. I-70 in the mountains of Colorado, snow-packed as it accumulated into the overnight hours in areas like Vail Pass, the Eisenhower Tunnel, the highest point in the U.S. interstate network. Low visibility as the snow mixed in with those high winds. In the western part of the state, snow fell in portions of Grand Junction, picked up over an inch near Redlands, Colorado. In lower elevations, the mixed precip, grapple as they call it, fell in downtown Denver. Little sleet pellets. Just before midnight, that transition into the first snowflakes of the season for parts of the Denver metro area. So the snow was indeed beneficial for snowpack in the higher elevations, helping bring the state's snowpack to 146% of normal as of Monday. Some areas in Canada experienced their first flakes of the season. Southern Saskatchewan saw their first significant snow of the season on Sunday. Calgary, Alberta, also picking up your first significant snow of the season over the weekend, picking up nearly 10 inches of snowfall there. Reports of multiple downed trees blocking roadways, sidewalks. I guess the foliage hasn't all come down yet, so the clingy nature of the snow sticking to those leaves that remain on the trees. But welcome into a Tuesday morning. Philly Dan checks in out of the box. You're right on cue every night. As soon as we hit that stream button, he's there. Does Hillary Clinton hang her Halloween decorations, or do they hang themselves? Just asking for a friend, not me, but hello to Heavy D, Martin, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Shout out to all the hard-working American truckers out there. Top of the evening, says Evan Williams. Copying the mail, there's 5-7. Good morning to Daniel from Grandview, Washington. Joe Self checks in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive listeners. It's a pleasant 55 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Everybody have a good night. High pressure pumping is ready to roll. Larry says, good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. We're back in the saddle again after a weekend of barbecue competition. Well, give us a full report. How'd things turn out there, Larry? Have a good weekend? Any ribbons? Rockpick checks in this morning. I'm on board. Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners. Clear in 52 in Boones Mill, Virginia tonight. Everybody keep a shiny side up there. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 62 degrees with some heavy rain tonight in Hannibal, Missouri. A special shout-out to the Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from Mr. Mark Twain. Speaking of the Monkey Gouger, I saw he made a post talking about the racing action, those Chevrolets, over the past weekend. A little over an hour ago, I did say, hey, where have you been? Hadn't heard a peep out of you in like 2 weeks now. Richard checks in from Central Florida, where it's 78 degrees at this hour. Hello to Steve and all the listeners out there. Heatwave checks in from Hallbrook, Arizona. Clear, 41 degrees tonight. Charles checks in from Stillwater, Oklahoma, 56, rainy tonight. Enjoying this week, vacation. Everybody keep it greasy side down, sunny side up. Stay safe, my brothers out there. There's Norman in Kansas. Got the Big Tipper loaded, headed north to Nebraska. Checking in at this hour from north central Kansas, 44 degrees and a few clouds out there. Timothy's on board, got a couple of sick grandkids. Yeah, boy, yeah, that's what you get. Young Rowan actually wasn't feeling real well this past morning. They sent him home from school about the noon hour. Good morning, James on board, 40 degrees in Laurel, Montana tonight as we head to North Dakota to pick up honeybees that'll be headed down into Texas. Everybody be safe out there. All right. Get to some of our other listening friends coming up here. And, of course, it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. We try to keep you covered with all the news you can use. Coming up here, we'll get to a story that I believe Roy, one of our listening friends, sends me the link. He said, I thought Big Ed might be interested in this story. Of course, Ed had, I believe it's his niece that was participated in the Miss USA beauty pageant a few weeks ago. And, of course, he got to be there in person, had a good time, but he was discussing some of the sentiments that many of the contestants felt that it was rigged as far as who the winner. Turns out all the judges, as he explained, were from the state of Texas. Yeah, lo and behold, Miss Texas wins the best costume. Miss Texas became Miss USA. According to the headline, the managers of the Miss USA beauty pageant have been suspended amid accusations that they rigged the result of the 2022 event. Give you the rest of the story. Yeah, Big Ed, I'm sure he's interested in hearing the full details if he doesn't already know in regards to that. Always Moving checked him via email this past day. A link, as she's been kind of trying to keep us up to speed on this respiratory virus that has children's hospitals around the country being inundated with very, very sick youngsters. Some of them, many of them less than 2 years old. So we've got an update for you on that. Yeah, I'll couple that with the warning from the Centers for Disease Control this past day. Experts warning of what they're calling a triple-demic threat this season. Triple-demic. There's a new word for you. We'll explain. All right, Deborah checks in. Morning, Steve. It's a nice 61 degrees here in central Indiana tonight. We're headed back to 71, but the rain, scattered showers, do indeed move in later today. I'm not going to complain, though, because it's very, very dry. Hope everyone stays safe out there tonight, especially my special Walmart driver, Woodpecker. Hoping you and everyone has a terrific Tuesday. All right, good to have you on board there, Deborah. Norman said the disco tower's looking good. Norman, it's not a disco tower. It's an Eiffel Tower. But yeah, I did put the new lights on there. I wasn't like weekend before this passed, so got her back up and running. Hello to Tank. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Clear 42 degrees in Joseph City, Arizona. Westbound and down, headed toward Fontana, California. Everybody have a blessed day. Hello to Bolt. Checking in this morning. It's 52 degrees. Checking in from the State Police Barracks in Romney, West Virginia. It's getting a little chilly outside, but a clear night. Wish everyone a wonderful night tonight. Lynn is on board. Yes, she says, what a glorious couple of days here in Michigan. If only it would last. Hello to Kevin. Morning, Steve. Yes, I say, what a beautiful night for trailer trucking. I-65 headed to Gary, Indiana. It's the Sex Maniac on board. Have a good morning, all. We're hanging in at 68 degrees outdoors. All right, we'll get a news break coming up here when we come back after getting caught flat-footed on inflation. As we all now know, the Biden administration is determined not to be caught off guard on the recession. Instead of trying to stave off a downfall, it appears they're going to try to pre-blame Republicans, as though they're fully anticipating Republicans are going to take control of Congress come November or the first of the year. We'll give you more coming up.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The United States said on Monday it had taken note of the Communist Party Congress in strategic rival China that confirmed Xi Jinping in an unprecedented third term as leader and stressed the importance of keeping lines of communication open. Jury selection began Monday in the tax fraud trial of former U.S. President Donald Trump's company, with the Trump Organization ready to accuse its longtime chief financial officer of lying in a criminal case in which it is accused of awarding off-the-books benefits to some senior executives. The trial in a New York state court is one of the mounting number of legal woes for Trump as he considers another run for the presidency. A Los Angeles prosecutor told jurors on Monday that they will hear from 8 women who say Harvey Weinstein sexually assaulted them during his time as one of the most powerful producers in Hollywood. Weinstein currently serving a 23-year prison sentence for sex crimes in New York. This is USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15. Decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, see what's going on out there. I believe Country Bumpkin has a traffic report. Morning, Country Bumpkin. How's your week starting out?
Good morning, sir. Yeah, okay, eastbound US 36, Shalbina, Missouri. It looks like they had the road shut down, had a truck on its side.
In Missouri. All right, somebody having not a good start to their night.
It didn't look, there was all kinds of emergency vehicles. It wasn't hard to see. Yeah, it was, I seen one on the side, one in front of it. It's hard to see. I mean, I'm not going to stop and look and see what's going on.
Yeah, right. Don't be rubbernecking. You'll cause an accident, right?
Yeah, that's about it, too, yeah. Someone kissed the back end of me while I'm trying to figure things out. But, yeah, Shalbina, Missouri is where it was at.
So is it totally shut down or just like one lane? Could you tell? Or
I think it was shut down. I mean, I seen what they call a big rotator wrecker. It was over in the left lane, so I would assume that it's shut down.
Okay. All right. Well, otherwise, everything going all right in your world?
Yes, sir. Hey, it's all what you make of it. You can take the bull by the horns and ride, or you can sit and cry about it. It just depends on how you want to deal with the situation.
I see you got a lot of rain there in central and eastern Missouri. You've been playing in some of the rain there?
Yeah, since I got fuel in Decatur, Illinois, and it's been raining ever since.
Okay. Yep, that sounds about right. Yep. Yes, sir. Well,
and they got a lot of fresh pavement over here, too, so that oil's going to be coming up on top.
Yep. All right. Well, be extra careful.
All right. Have a good day. Have a good morning, sir.
Thank you for the update. Thank you for being a part of the program, Country Bumpkin. There you go. Yeah, rain in St. Louis, rain pushing into Springfield, Illinois, Peoria, Illinois. Starting to see some of the rainfall. Most of it's light to moderate rain, maybe a little heavier rain, down right about halfway between Columbia, Missouri, and St. Louis. But aside from that, you get down there into northwest and north central Arkansas. The rains are falling. A lot of rain in Oklahoma tonight. Yeah, anywhere from the Texas-Oklahoma panhandle, pretty much through the entire state. That's why Oklahoma City's in that zone where there could see more of that 2 to 4 inch rainfall totals before all is said and done. Well, for those of us who've paid any attention, we know this administration, the spending, leading to higher inflation numbers. And, of course, the increasing in the interest rates, still potentially looking at 1, maybe 2 additional interest rate hikes this year before the end of the year. But the word recession, it keeps coming up, and it depends on who you ask. One expert says, we might be able to avoid recession, but all of them are in agreement. It's going to be occurring next year. It's all on the horizon. Will it be a minor, a soft landing? Will we go into a much deeper recession? With that in mind, suddenly this administration says, you know what, let's kind of take advantage of this and set the stage. In the event Republicans take control, winning the elections, taking control of Congress at the start of the new year, we can blame the Republicans. They're the ones that have decimated the economy. Last week, for example, President Biden warned if Republicans seize the congressional majority in the midterms, they will, quote, crash the economy. In particular, he argued that Republican attempts to use the debt ceiling to push for lower spending would damage the economy. He says, if you're worried about the economy, you need to know this Republican leadership in Congress has made it clear they will crash the economy next year by threatening the full faith and credit of the United States. That was his quote from the White House. Now, in reality, the economy is almost certainly going to slump next year, regardless of which party is in control of the House in the Senate. The Wall Street Journal's latest survey of economists found that, on average, economists put the probability of a recession in the next 12 months at 63%. Now, that's up from 49% in the July survey. It's the first time the survey has put the probability above 50% since July of 2020. Now, there was an economic model run by Bloomberg economists that registered a looming recession as a 100% probability. The conference's board's leading economic indicators point to a recession actually by the end of this year. So, of course, President Biden has long lived in a kind of Democratic fan fiction version of the economy where inflation is transitory. Inflation is slight. China poses no significant economic challenges. Growth is strong as hell, as he puts it. This imagined economy bears almost no resemblance to the reality, but this administration has repeatedly shown an impressive immunity to evidence. Fortunately, the American people, most, have not fallen prey to the illusionists in this administration. The most recent poll from The Economist and YouGov show that 78% of Americans think the economy is fair to poor, with just 1% saying, oh, it's in excellent shape. One question, though, just how bad the downturn might get. Most economists say we're in for a mild recession. The stock market, which just had its best week in months, doesn't seem to be pricing in any sort of a severe contraction of the economy. The Federal Reserve officials have warned of some pain, but seem confident they can keep the economy from crashing too hard if they ease off on the pace of rate increases and then allowing the Fed funds target to sit somewhere about 4.5% for the rest of the year. But just, we got to pre-position things. The Republicans will crash the economy. There you go. All the blame game in Washington, D.C. That's how it works. Heat wave on board. What's going on tonight?
Good morning, senor. Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. How many times has this administration, including the idiot in charge, ever been right on anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, just and take that with a grain of salt. I mean, it is amazing that they're trying to do the smoke and mirrors thing, trying to deflect the blame from themselves, excuse me, and putting it on Republican shoulders, even preemptively. That's, wow, that is amazing. You know, I was asking you if you'd seen those commercials for attack ads against your GOP nominees or the incumbents by the Democrat Party, stating this person is against abortion and they approve you going to prison for having one. You know, they said they don't care if it was rape, incest, or if the mother's life is in danger. If you get an abortion, you're going to be put in jail. You know, and they said the repeal of the Roe versus Wade outlaws abortion. Have you seen those commercials?
I haven't actually spent a lot of time watching TV. I mean, I've watched some of the football games and whatnot over the weekend. I've tuned into some, but I'm not really seeing a whole lot of campaign ads, believe it or not.
Wow. Well, you know, being just recently in Texas, here in New Mexico, here in Arizona, and just as of last night, yesterday morning rather, in Las Vegas, the same statements are being made. All you have to do is change out the name of the person that the Democrats are running against. But it's like it's the same word for word accusation. I was talking to my co-driver, and she's like, well, you know, give me specifics. And I said, well, I don't know the names of the candidates in these other states, but I said the candidates in New Mexico are getting hammered. Mark Ronchetti, the GOP nominee for governor, has stated, yes, he is against abortion, but he understands that there are cases where in the rape and incest, and then where the mother's health is in danger, you know, it should be allowed. And you know, he thinks that it ought to be a public vote, not a politician's decision. Right now, Michelle Lujan Grisham, the Democrat governor that we got in New Mexico, she has made an executive order saying we can kill babies at any time. So we've got people flocking in from other states just to have abortions. Now, Kansas was one of the states earlier this year when they had their primaries that was voted on by the people. And it was a 67% said yes, they wanted to keep the abortions in the state.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that is what Clarence Thomas had said in his decision, you know, let the people decide, not the politicians.
Absolutely.
And that's, you know, I'm sorry. The Democrats cannot run on anything that they have done that has been positive, so they have to attack, you know, and smear the candidates that they're running against.
I mean,
and of course,
ever since the day they overturned the whole Roe versus Wade, the Supreme Court, you notice that same day when Nancy Pelosi stepped to the podium, she immediately started turning the focus to the midterm elections in November. This is the one thing that they're hoping they can hang their hat on to garner votes by instilling fear in the people that Republicans are going to take abortion rights away, and they're going to take women's health care rights away. Yeah, they can't run on the economy. They can't run on, there's nothing they can run on. Inflation numbers, prices at the pump, prices at the grocery. Yeah, so they're pretty much, and I do believe even some in the Democrat Party have said, we are relying too heavily on this abortion issue to try to win elections this November. And most of the people are not focused. It's poll after poll showing inflation and the economy and fuel prices as the top issues on most people's minds.
Yeah, they are so far off the mark, it's not even funny. And, these Democrats are the same ones that says you can't go to work. you can't run your business. You know, they're the ones that put a lot of people out of work and a lot of business owners out of business. Yet they're the same ones that are begging you for your vote to keep them in office. It's pretty damn sad. It really is. So, well, as far as cold weather goes, get off on a nice livelier subject. I had pictures from my wife in Edgewood, New Mexico, and it was showing that it was snowing out there. So that was earlier today. So, I mean, you know, we're seeing it now. I think the Farmer's Almanac said we're supposed to have a mild but wet winter. And all I can think is, you know what? Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Mm-hmm.
I want the moisture. You know, I know ice and snow are 3-letter and 4-letter words you shouldn't say, but we need all the moisture we can get. And I was talking to my brother, Jeremy Schroppel, who is running for the Texas Senate seat for the state. And he was coming in from Waco going up north to Waxahachie, and he said, man, it is running so hard that people were on the side of the road with their four-ways on because they couldn't see the interstate. So, I mean, they need that rain bad down there. I mean, I hate to say it, but it is greener in the desert in my neck of the woods than it is down there in Texas. And that's saying something.
Yeah.
They really need that rain. So, but other than that, not a whole hell of a lot happening. I'm sure Wright's going to call in and talk about a few things. I'm sure he'll say something about vanilla pudding and his hand cutting issue.
I saw some of those photos. I think I've got more on that story as well. I mean, there's been got rumors and rumblings that he's been battling cancer for quite some time now. But apparently, I guess the track marks from the IV or whatever, where he's going through, I guess, chemo or whatever, some sort of treatments, is what that's what the rumor is.
Well, I guess in time we'll find out. So, all righty, senor. Well, go ahead and let you go. You have yourself a good morning.
Thank you very much. All right. It is 844-844-3388. I have shared the sad news last week. One of our listening friends, most people that got to meet him on the cruises over the years, Little John. Little John passed away at 77 years old and got the obituary this past day. I'm not seeing that they've got the arrangements for the services yet, but Carlos, a.k.a. John Casto, passed away from this life Wednesday, October 19, at his home in Yukon, Oklahoma, after a lengthy illness. Born December 18, 1944 in Canton, Ohio. Graduate of Doylestown High School in Doylestown, Ohio. Drafted into the United States Army, stationed in Korea. After receiving an honorable discharge from the Army, working various jobs, ultimately driving a semi-truck, delivering gas and pulling a flatbed, a job he dreamed of as a little boy. He loved his job, he loved his trucks, for which he received many awards from the employers. He was employed by Yellow Freight in Cleveland, Ohio, then transferred to Oklahoma City in 1991. He was also employed by BLT Tanks of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. His career as a true professional truck driver continued for 54 years before retiring. John married Judith, a.k.a. Judy, as we know her, September of 1994, sharing 28 years of marriage. So there's the update. Little John, he will be missed. And they go through the whole preceded in death by this and that and those survivors and whatnot, but won't bore you with that. It is 8 before the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Is that Captain Ron celebrating an anniversary today?
Yes, sir. Well, I missed calling you on the greatest day of the week, but
Monday.
Today's a pretty good day, too. It's mine and the missus' 25th anniversary today.
25 years. Congratulations. How about that?
Yeah, she's put up with me that long already. Steve, we met on the eHarmony of the 90s. You know what that was?
Oh, boy. That's got to be one of the earliest dating websites.
It's the good old CD radio.
Oh, okay.
She was on there. I was separated, just living in the truck. And I heard her get on there asking for free beer. And I said, I'd buy you a beer. And she said she didn't drink. And I said, how about coffee? And that's how we met, was the eHarmony of the early 90s. The good old CB radio.
How about that? That's kind of a unique way of meeting somebody, huh?
Yeah. But I don't have a CB in the truck. Probably for about 18 years now or so, and been there, done that, I guess.
Yeah.
So, but we went and tested our votes the other day, dropped them off at the election office, but if there was any Democrats on there running for janitor, they didn't make it on my ballot.
Right? Okay. I mean, I'm hearing from a number of drivers that are saying, a number of our listeners that, many of them say, I will not be home for Election Day. And traditionally, that was the people that voted early and whatnot. But, a lot of early votes. I think I've got the numbers over here. In excess of 7 million early ballots have been cast already around the country.
Yeah, something like that. But I kind of, down here in Florida, as Philip was saying, we didn't mail them back. I took them right to the elections office and dropped them in there. And there was 2 people there checking to make sure that the envelope was signed and guarding the box, so there wasn't any shenanigans there, but the unguarded boxes are the ones I'm concerned about, and I don't know about the mail, but anyway, I just dropped it right off. So how did you and the missus meet? I don't think I've ever heard you mention how you met.
We actually met at school. I was in my final year. It was a Christian college. I was in my final year of high school, and she had come up with her and her sister had come up from Georgia to attend that school here in Cincinnati, and that's where we met. She was working in the snack bar, and I'd go in every morning and I'd buy, a couple of little donuts from her, and I took a fancy to her, and that's where we met.
Well, that's pretty cool. Well, I didn't have anything else, so I guess I won't say try to find another intelligent caller, because I know the audience, but maybe you can find an interesting one.
Okay, we'll see what we can drum up here, but congratulations, 25 years, happy anniversary. Captain Ron, there you go. All right, it's 844-3388. Yeah, here's the numbers. Voters in 39 states have already cast 7.3 million early or absentee ballots in this year's midterm election, according to the Edison Research and Catalyst. Voting ahead of Election Day running about the same pace as it did in the 2018 midterms, which was the highest turnout for midterms in recent history, as far as the data they have. Much more to cover. We got clear lines at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Police in St. Louis have identified the suspect they say opened fire at the Central Visual and Performing Arts High School Monday morning. Police say 19-year-old Orlando Harris shot and killed a teacher and a student and injured at least 6 others before he exchanged gunfire with police and was killed. Police say Harris graduated from the school just last year and had no prior criminal record. St. Louis Police Chief Michael Stack said Monday afternoon an investigation is underway.
How did he get the gun? What are his motives? Where was he at all morning prior to this? We'll try and find out all that we can.
Outrage in parts of Southern California after anti-Semitic flyers were left on doorsteps and several people were seen on a freeway overpass showing a Nazi salute with banners in support of recent anti-Semitic comments by rapper Kanye West. The LAPD and Beverly Hills Police are investigating the hate-filled flyers left on front doorsteps over the weekend, but there are questions if those who left the flyers actually broke any laws or it was freedom of speech. Police say investigators are looking at surveillance video to figure out how the cases will move forward. There's collusion being charged, but not where you think.
A federal judge has ordered Dr. Anthony Fauci, Jen Psaki, and 43 other Biden officials to be deposed as part of a lawsuit against the Biden administration. A court order from the United States District Court for the Western District of Louisiana concluded that Fauci's high-profile public comments have made him a key figure in the lawsuit from the attorneys general of Louisiana and Missouri, who allege that a collusion between the Biden administration and social media companies to censor such news stories as the COVID-19 origins, the Biden laptop, and security of voting by mail during the pandemic. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
Guess what's coming back? But not for long.
McDonald's is bringing back one of its more popular meals. Starting Monday, customers can order the McRib sandwich on the company app for delivery or pickup until November 20th. The McDonald's website urges people to get the sandwich while they can because this is a McRib farewell tour. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Comic actor Leslie Jordan, a Primetime Emmy winner for his role on the hit sitcom Will and Grace, and a social media sensation during the COVID-19 pandemic, died on Monday in a car crash while driving to work in Hollywood, a spokesperson said. Jordan apparently suffered an unspecified medical issue at the wheel of his car, and the vehicle struck the side of a building on its way to Warner Brothers' studio set of the Fox television series Call Me Kat, according to his agent, Don LeClaire. Jordan was just 67. Aaron Judge is a free agent after the Yankees were eliminated from the playoffs on Sunday. Manager Aaron Boone says he hopes Judge stays in New York.
Just an incredible season, and someone that I've grown close with and just admire and respect. And, hopefully we'll see him in pinstripes for a long time. I don't even want to think about the alternative right now. But, he means a lot to a lot of us in that room.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the Roll and Go Anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF DPF Regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back at it. Rolling into hour number 2. And we got a Tuesday coming on. Hope your week's off to a good start. Hello to Miss Millie checking in via YouTube this morning. I guess she's talking about the election stuff. She said, well, Steve, you know, you just can't fix stupid. Have a great day, everybody. Stay safe out there. Phil checks in. Phil says, I also met my wife on the CB radio. I was sitting in the middle of a frozen lake in New Hampshire and talked her into coming out on the lake. And the rest, well, that's history, right? How about that? Anybody else out there meet your significant other via the CB radio? Let's see, Buckwheat here. Just placed my first order on Gold Eagle products. Excited to try some new items. I used the overnight drive code to get my discount and give the show some love at the same time. Got 58 degrees, damp conditions in Ephrata, whatever the hell it is. I get it wrong every time. Ephrata, PA. Thank you, Buckwheat. Yeah, for everyone else out there, don't forget. Yeah, Gold Eagle, now the parent company. Use that coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout if you're going to be ordering maybe some Stay-Bill or the Clindo multi-purpose cleaner. Good stuff. Hope you ordered some of that, Buckwheat. Everyone I know that's tried that say, man, that is excellent. Yeah, Stay-Bill for over 60 years, your go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around for an extended period of time with gas in it. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize they've got their lawnmower, their riding tractor, or whatever equipment it might be, and it's getting to be that time of year where probably not going to be having to cut the grass much more, right? Actually getting time to maybe think about firing up the snowblower before you know it. But they'll put their tractor or their lawnmower, they'll put it in the shed or in the garage, wherever they're going to store it. And it may be 6 months before you go to use it again. That gas is going stale over that period of time. That's why you put Stay-Bill storage in. That keeps your gas fresh for up to 2 years. And at the same time, combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. So make sure you store your engine the right way with Stay-Bill. Hello to Pappy on board. Better late than never, he says. 62 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. Stay safe, all my nocturnal friends, and hammer down out there. And, okay, Phil followed up. He's the one that met his wife on the CB 30 years ago. How about that? Congratulations. I have not seen Big Ed check in this morning. He did call in last night. He said typically he gets to listen into at least the first hour or so of the show. He was with us till about 3 o'clock yesterday morning, but I shared the headline, and in case he's waiting for the rest of the story, the managers of the Miss USA beauty pageant suspended amid accusations that they rigged the result of this year's event. The Miss Universe organization announcing that Miss Brand Corp, the organizers of the Miss USA pageant, were suspended from the program and had hired a law firm to investigate the accusations that the pageant was a fraud. After thorough deliberations, Miss Universe organization has decided to suspend misbrand immediately. The Miss Universe organization issuing a statement reported by Fox News Digital. Miss Universe organization will be taking over the Miss USA program while a comprehensive third-party investigation is conducted. This will be led by the law firm Holland and Knight. The findings will be used as the basis for appropriate action, according to the pageant organization. We're appreciative of the cooperation from Miss USA Director Crystal Stewart. As we work through this process, our commitment to contestants and fans is our number one priority, and we'll keep you on top of mind as we move forward. But this year's winner, Miss Texas, Arbonne Gabriel, crowned on October 3rd, becoming the first Filipino-American to win the contest. But it wasn't long before accusations that Miss Brand had pre-selected her for the win. Even as she was being crowned, several suspicious contestants reportedly stormed off the stage. Now, as an example of some of the complaints, losing contestants complained that pageant president Crystal Stewart, who was a Miss USA winner from 2008, was seen fixing Gabriel's hair. Others say Stewart coached her during the contest. Several contestants also claimed that Gabriel seemed to get preferential treatment from sponsors and may have won because of her connections to Houston, Texas, from which Stewart also hails. Now, Stewart denies any wrongdoing. The current allegations that the Miss USA pageant was in favor of one contestant over another are misleading and simply not factual, she says. I am fully cooperating with the investigation being conducted by a third party at the request of the Miss Universe organization. I'm eager for these claims to be disproven, and the facts will speak for themselves. Ultimately, putting all contestants' minds at ease once and for all that this was indeed a fair pageant. That was her statement. She went on to say, as a former title holder, I know firsthand how much hard work, mental preparation, and dedication goes into this process of being on the main stage. The last thing I'd ever want is to discredit or deny the contestants an equal opportunity to a fair competition. All right, thus far, no actions have been taken against this year's winner, but nothing has been ruled out, they say. Very interesting. So, and Big Ed kind of made it clear when he called in that night about his niece. It's not sour grapes. I didn't expect her to win, but with all the other contestants, that many contestants can't be wrong. I think that's the way he put it. There was just way too many that felt something was amiss with that. It is 844-844-3388. Brain Dead, what's going on tonight?
Good morning, Steve. Hey, I was going to ask you last night, you said you had a bunch of White Castles over the weekend?
I cannot deny that is correct. Yeah, cheesy cheese White Castles. I did splurge for the cheese. Ha!
Oh, you got somebody angry at you right now. She's a little bit on the ticked off side.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Dingbat's been wanting to go to Nashville and get a whole bunch of White Castles late here in the last about a month or so, and I'm like, no, just wait for Christmas. I'll get your crave case for Christmas. Okay, just calm down. Like you and your Halloween condiment jar. Little packets of grape jelly and whatnot.
I saw that. Was that Halloween. You? Who posted that? Was that you?
Yep.
I saw that.
Yeah, Mr. Cheapskate. But I sent you a story last night. Did you see the Tennessee Drug Task Force? They got a car and they searched it and got 22 pounds of fentanyl.
Yes, I saw that. Sure did.
Yeah, it's scary, but. Let me go back to last night, Steve, what we were talking about with our change of operations coming up. I'm not going to say what I make, and I know what I make. Ernie Souls, when we did that last contract, we did not get our 15% back. For those that do work for Yellow, such as Senior Heatwave, check your paycheck stubs of what other carriers are making. You'll kind of sort of see we're barely off the 15% mark. And contract, I believe, is coming up in 24. So I'm hoping maybe this new leadership that we got up there in D.C. will actually stand up and get us that 15% back. I mean, we had a $1 an hour raise earlier this year, which helps, but it doesn't really help when you figure in inflation. But from what I'm reading and gathering, the International has already seen our change of operations, and they've looked at what's happened out west, and they're going to fight it. And I don't really blame them, because with a lot of these meet and turns, and Senior Heatwave again can verify this, our problem's equipment. We don't have the equipment to do all these meet and turns. We don't have assigned trucks. It's like with this utility run, Steve, every night. The transmission in my truck went out 3 months ago, and they're just now getting ready to scrap it. I'm supposed to share a truck with another daytime driver. However, the lead guy on this run, he's got one truck that they've already sharing back and forth. And my truck, the transmission's out. We've got two prima donnas that think that they own the truck, that management does nothing about. And the fourth one here, the guy's a late runner. And the truck that I'm in tonight is not assigned to us, but is a late runner, but he got off early tonight. I have been fighting this problem for 3 months of getting a truck every night that I can rely upon and depend upon. And every time that I've taken a line haul truck, I got a warning. Hey, don't be doing that. Don't be doing that. You're taking away from us. Okay, great. I see your point. But you're getting it back at the same time in 12 hours. But also, too, city drivers come over here and steal them all the time, and nothing is said. Especially the tandem axles, because we have to have a tandem axle to come back on, because we don't know what kind of weight we're pulling. We don't. There's nothing set up in the computer. And literally, they're loading it. Excuse me. I'm loading it as we go. So it's not uncommon for me to get these trailers 25 to 27,000 pounds coming back out, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to the laydown runs that we're going to have is pretty much Dallas, Houston, and Oklahoma City, because they don't have the drivers to come to us. They don't have the drivers to come meet us. Plus, too, Senior Heatwave again will verify that Dallas is its own animal. They literally cut trailers whenever they feel like it.
Mm-hmm.
And they work it at their own pace. And I'm thinking, though, the upper management is scared of us. They're scared of what we do and how we do it, Steve. And that's being point blank.
Very interesting, Brain Dead.
Yeah, but you and Senior Heatwave again, we're talking about these political ads. This is kind of why I watch the streaming shows, because the only thing I see is either Target or something else that's non-political. I've seen one ad out of Georgia that was for Herschel Walker or the anti-Herschel Walker people, so to speak. But other than that, I'm going to do a little rocking and rolling tonight with this wind. This wind out here is kicking my butt tonight.
And where are you rolling through, Tennessee or what?
I'm doing my normal Memphis, Little Rock, work the dock, and go back run.
Okay.
That's all I do every night, Steve.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it's a little breezy down here. It's nice. They say that rain's going to come through later, so we can get the rain as much as we can get right now.
All right. Well, thank you for checking in, Brain Dead. I'm looking there. Yeah, there are wind advisories in effect. Technically, the advisories don't kick in until like 9 o'clock. There's 9 a.m. till 7 p.m. For the day ahead. Winds 15 to 25, gusts to 40 miles per hour. Yeah, that's portions of Middle Tennessee. Let's see, the next advisory, all of northern Alabama and southern middle Tennessee. Again, pretty much the same winds, gusting to 40 miles per hour at times. Let's see. Northern Mississippi, western Tennessee. A lot of wind advisories out there. Central, northwest, and south central Kentucky as well. Gusts to 45 miles per hour expected. Kentucky's advisory, 10 a.m. till 8 p.m. Tuesday. Going to get kind of breezy. That's because that storm's approaching from the west. Large portion of Texas and Oklahoma also under wind advisories for the upcoming day. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, plenty of room for you here on a Tuesday morning. Industry headlines. PACCAR recalling tens of thousands of Kenworth and Peterbilt trucks due to an issue with the instrument panel. Specifically, PACCAR recalling more than 76,000. That'd be 2022 and 23. Brand new Kenworth T680, T880, and W990. Peterbilt 365, 367, 389, 567, and 579 vehicles, according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. They say the digital display could freeze and not display critical safety information. As such, these vehicles fail to comply with the requirements of the FMCSA standard numbers 101, which is control and displays, and 102. The loss of display information, I mean, we're talking things like your speed, any sort of warning lights can increase the risk of a crash. Dealers, they say, will update the software. I guess notification letters are going to be going out starting in December, mid-December. So be watching for that. 76,000 Kenworth and Peterbilts. It's getting to be the time of year. Of course, here a couple of weeks ago, we touched on the chain law requirements. See, in recent weeks there in Colorado, they've been doing the full-fledged enforcement crackdown, checking all trucks. I forget what the segment along the interstate was, but if you don't have the chains, you're getting a fine. As we've already seen over the weekend, I don't know if drivers had to chain up or not, but some areas picked up 10, 15 inches of snow. It's getting to be that time of year, right? Now, this is something I'd never heard of. This was kind of a new one on me. Are you familiar with a place where you can, I guess, pull in and maybe pay someone to chain up for you, chain your truck up? I understand it's supposedly not the easiest thing to do, not the funnest thing to do, but I guess maybe there's many that don't even know how to chain up. In the state of Oregon, according to the story from CDL Live, a drawing for chain installation permits has opened ahead of the upcoming chain requirements. The Oregon DOT allows Oregon residents to apply to be a chain installer, kind of like a freelance thing. But each county in the state only offers a limited number of permits to be an installer. So they do a drawing towards the beginning of November where they draw X number of names from people who have applied to be chain installers. The reason we have the permits is to make sure that they are trained, they know what they're getting into, they have the proper safety vest, the proper equipment, so they can be safe along the side of the road. But right now, through the month of October, there's a handful of districts there in Oregon collecting names and addresses, people who might be interested in obtaining a permit to assist truck drivers in chaining their vehicles for winter driving conditions. After the drawing, these individuals selected will have 1 week to complete the permit application and return it to the district office. It's kind of interesting, but I could see where a lot of drivers would just as soon say, here, what's it worth? What would it be worth to you to have somebody else to get out there in the cold and chain it up? $50? What? Our number, 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. Rebuffed by Western countries, Russia doubled down on its claim that Kyiv is preparing to use a dirty bomb in Ukraine and said it would bring the issue to the UN Security Council on Tuesday. Russia sent a letter on its claims about Kyiv to the United Nations late on Monday. A Los Angeles prosecutor told jurors on Monday that they will hear from 8 women who say Harvey Weinstein sexually assaulted them during his time as one of the most powerful producers in Hollywood. The man who became the face of Me Too allegations 5 years ago is currently serving a 23-year prison sentence for sex crimes in New York City. In Los Angeles, Weinstein is on trial on the 11 charges of rape and sexual assault. He has pled non-guilty. And jury selection began on Monday in the tax fraud trial of former U.S. President Donald Trump's company, just as he considers another run for the presidency in 2024. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com. The 1920 to 1938 Buffalo Nickel, a true American classic and one of the most iconic coins in history. It's been more than 80 years since the last Buffalo Nickel coin was struck. But now, for a limited time only, full 1-pound bags of original U.S. government-struck Buffalo Nickels are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1920 to 1938 classic American Buffalo Nickel coins, all in very good collector condition, with fully visible dates and mint marks, guaranteed. Call 1-800-895-7267 now to secure a full pound of collector's grade U.S. Buffalo Nickels struck during the Roaring '20s and the Great Depression. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $10, free with every order. Call now, 1-800-895-7267 to secure your full pound bag of Buffalo Nickels before they're gone. 1-800-895-7267. That's 1-800-895-7267.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Back to the phones here in just a moment. Real quick, back to the whole chain law thing there in Oregon. They say that to have a program that says you need to have chains or have chains put on going over the passes is way more beneficial than not having this kind of program. Yeah, one driver said chains are going to help you steady your vehicle. They're going to help your traction, obviously, so anyone driving around you will benefit from this particular program. Now, those random drawings will be held November the 1st, and the permits, for those that get them, will be valid from November 1 until April the 1st. In Oregon, driving without chains could cost you an $800 fine, by the way. Yeah, we all remember Smokey and the Bandit, right? Remember the movie? Georgia trooper who was featured in Smokey and the Bandit, passing away Friday, according to the Georgia DPS. Retired Master Trooper Ronnie Gay died Friday evening after serving in Georgia for more than 30 years. According to WSB-TV, he acted as a Georgia trooper in the 1977 movie, Smokey and the Bandit. Many of us grew up watching this famous scene of Master Trooper Gay and Smokey and the Bandit, which inspired some to become troopers. He taught through his love and laughter of life to be genuine and compassionate to those we serve. This icon will be missed. We ask you to keep his family in your thoughts as they mourn his passing. That was from a Facebook post there. And we mentioned already a taste of wintry conditions we saw over the weekend, prompting a string of weather-related crashes in Utah Sunday, stopping traffic in some instances on Interstate 15 near Beaver, Utah. Winter conditions left the roads icy and snowy. St. George News reports there were initially 5 crashes involving semi-trucks, pickups hauling trailers, and four-wheelers that back up traffic for about an hour there. All the crashes were minor injuries, nothing major, but of course, it's getting to be that time of year. Additional crashes along I-15 near mile marker 61 and mile marker 12 in Iron County were also reported. No injuries with those incidents, but yeah, time to get ready for Old Man Winter. Well, unless you're going to be in South Carolina, because you don't deal with a whole lot of that. Hello, 5-7.
I was listening to you this morning as the truck was warming up, and I just sort of stepped out, got on my knees, kissed the ground, South Carolina ground. I said, I love South Carolina, and I pet the grass. I said, I am never going. There's a reason why they call it North Carolina. I ain't going past that line. Stay here in the South. And then I walked over and hugged my truck. What can I say? I was watching a clip of Ice Road Truckers, if you watch Ice Road Truckers, man, it's all drama. It's all, there's very little real in it. They do some things just to make it look. Maybe stuff like that happened, but shoot. Oh, change. I started driving in Melbourne, Florida, in a 48 cab over, and that was just on Friday. I was a parts runner for the most of the week, and shop. I cleaned the shop, parts runner. Went and picked up cars, brought them back to the body shop or to whatever. Well, I fell in love with trucking because on that Friday, that 4 hours I spent in that cab over 48. It felt like it was like 30 minutes. There wasn't enough time on the clock. And when you pulled back into town, man, you couldn't wait until next Friday. Then I did some trucking out of the Navy. I was actually still in the Navy. I was in the reserves. And I went up to Akron, Ohio, and tried to get my marriage back together with my first wife. And got a job hauling driveway limestone. And when it would snow real bad, well, they didn't have any runs because you can't put limestone on top of snow. So I go to West Virginia, and the first job I get is hauling a feed truck. Well, one place down outside of Rock Cave, West Virginia, down on Route 20, there's a switchback. The road comes real steep, up a hill, switch around to the left, but just behind it, it's like a 9% grade. It goes up behind you. Into summertime, it was no problem. And at the top of that hill, it turned to the left, and it went to a real short, maybe a 10% grade, real steep. Well, basically, when you come down that hill and you made that sharp turn along that mountain, you was looking down, right down at the road below. Well, that winter, they throw these chains in my truck. Says, you know how to use these, don't you? Of course, young driver. Yeah, I know how to.
Yeah, right.
Well, I get into that situation. There's about 2 foot of snow on the ground. Ain't nothing been plowed. Nothing's been up there, but they get, they're getting 500 pounds of feed up there in the barns. I swing around there, and I broke loose about halfway up that hill, come back down. So time for the chains. I hook up the chains, buddy. I revved that sucker up, and I headed up that hill, and I got up to the hard turn to the left, and I got halfway up that 10% grade, and that thing stopped. And then after it stopped, it just slid backwards. It caught, the left rear caught on the hillside, swung me clean around and slung me out over the edge of the hill. I swear to you, I was looking down from the driver's side door, looking at the top of the road. And, I'm hanging there. I was young and dumb. just whatever. I get out there. It just so happened one of the rig trucks come by and he sees me. He called. They had the state radio and he called my boss. My boss comes out there and he put it. When he finally got me pulled down because he puts his big old arm around me. He says, "Now I know you're from Florida." And he goes, "And I know you tried to chain up because those chains were still laying exactly where I put them. I put them chains on there, and I drove clean out of them. 1, 2, right there they were, laying right there where I chained up." And so he said, "From now on, when anybody asks you, you know how to do something, I want to hear one answer out of you, unless you actually know it. I want you to tell me yes or no." So that was it. So that was my chain experience. Boy, I chained up a lot going in and out of them farms and hauling heat and oil and everything back in the day. Now, as for the marriage, 40 years for me. I met my wife in church. She was playing the drums, had hair all the way down to there. She could play the piano, guitar, sing like an angel. And we just, after 2 years, for some reason, we just went out. We were riding around. I took her on a date. And the next day after that, and then she was looking at me, and it gets mad when I say this. She goes, "People are saying we're going to get married." And I looked at her and I said, "You ought to." Said that was 40 years ago. So I don't know. I was a little bit gun shy, but she already had 3 kids. She's 7 years older than me, and by God, she's my best friend. She's been with me through trucking. I never had to worry about her when I left the house, and I did my best to make sure she knew what I was doing. I'd leave the house with $300 cash. I'd come back with cash and receipts and the change. So she knew I wasn't out there doing anything wrong. I did my best in trucking to prove that, I was a man she could trust. She is married to a guy that was pretty well shattered in Vietnam when he come back mentally. But things worked out there too. God heals everybody if they let him. But when they talk about that chain law and you talking about all this stuff, by the way, there you go, radio people. That's why truckers need to know the weather. They need to know what to be prepared for, because they're going to leave the county, they'll leave the state, and they might be 4 or 5 states away. Your local weather report is totally useless. So just thank God for the Steve Summers overnight drive. And we'll be sitting back copying the mail and enjoying the rest of the show. 10-4-5-7.
All right, there you go. Thanks for he drove right out of his change. He got a DA of the Week nominee there, didn't you? Guy comes up and says, "You dumbass. Yeah, I know you tried to chain up because the chains are right there where you tried to do it." All right, it's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I mentioned earlier the early voting thing, nearly 7.3 million already cast for those that are allowing. I think there's 39 states right now that are doing the earlier absentee ballots. They're trying to make it sound like voting habits have changed or shifted in recent years. It's impossible to say whether turnout this year will be greater than what they saw in 2018, but currently the state with the most early votes cast so far is Florida. More than 1 million early ballots. Georgia has seen more than 800,000 early ballots cast so far. Now, of course, Florida has the governor and the Senate races on the ballot. That battleground state of Georgia has the closely watched, tightly contested Raphael Warnock, Herschel Walker race there. Now, why they need to go to this, let's break it all down by race. I mean, a vote is a vote, is it not? I mean, I don't care if you're black, red, yellow, white, or orange. You get a vote, and it counts the same as the other. But for some reason, they say black voters in Georgia have cast more votes this year than they did in 2018. Pennsylvania and Michigan have seen their share of black early voters drop more substantially in Pennsylvania than in Michigan. In Pennsylvania, 88% of early voters were white compared to 7% who were black. In 2018, it was 81% white, 13% black. They go through the numbers, black and white, Michigan, Georgia. I mean, a vote is a vote. They are the people, they are the constituents. But I guess long story short, early voting is off to if that's any indicator, it looks like turnout for these midterm elections, which in many years, midterm elections don't draw nearly the numbers that, say, a presidential election would garner. But with what is at stake come November the 8th, it looks like obviously this year it's going to be a much higher turnout than you would typically see for your midterm elections. There is a lot at stake. Right-wing nut, hey there.
Yes. Morning. Morning, Steve. How y'all doing today?
Doing well. How's your week starting out?
Well, it's starting. That's about all I can say. Hey, what's old Kabrowczyk? How do you spell that? Heatwave called me up and said if I was going to call to get that name. Because apparently Heatwave's got those Jack Say Much window stickers. He said he was going to get some when he was in Texas. And he's got the mailing address. He just doesn't have Chris's last name.
It's with a G. With a G. G-A-B-R. Oh, how do you spell it? G-A-B-R-E-L-C-I-C, I think it is. I'll have to double check. Hey.
Hell, I'll just put down attention Chris. Dash.
Let's see. It's G-A-B-R-E-L-C-I-K. G-A-B-R-E-L-C-I-K. Gabrelchik.
Okay. Yeah, these roads are a little rough out here, so if I can read what I just spelled, I think I'll be all right. Oh, man. tell you what, if they can give you a readout of how many votes were cast and by what race, then there ought to be no problems getting the results done the very same night that the polls end.
You'd think.
I mean, good night. You would think, yeah. So, well, what else is going on? Vanilla pudding. Now we know why he's got such crazy ideas. He's a drug addict. You said he had tracks on his hand, huh? Well, I've heard of people shooting up between the toes and between the fingers and in their eyes and not just up the arms. I guess he's a heavy league drug addict, right?
Wingnut, they believe he's undergoing like cancer treatment. Not. I don't think he's addicted to fentanyl.
Oh, well, all right. Well, I'm sure his Chinese buddies could help him out there in case he needs some of them fentanyl tablets or whatever. Yeah. I was talking to someone earlier today, and they were saying they weren't going to vote for this candidate because they didn't have the experience of running an office. And I got to thinking about that, and I thought, well, hell, some of these people that are in office that supposedly have this experience, they ain't doing such a good job. So, I mean, why not pass it along to someone else that has new ideas and new way of doing things? Yeah, it's kind of like OJT or OTJ or whatever, on-the-job training.
Right.
Yeah. It's not like they could do any worse than what these other idiots that are in there that got the, quote, experience, unquote. So, I tell you what, these cigars are absolutely killing me. I need me a fine adult beverage right now. Oh, goodness. You ain't by chance got one handy around there, do you?
I got plenty of Blatz. How would you like a Blatz?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have one of those. Ice chilled. Now, how in the hell are you going to get it to me out here on the road?
That's going to be, that would be the difficult part, yes.
That'd be a challenge, yeah. Well, kind of like Heat Wave and Brain Dead, I also work for Yellow Freight. I wonder how many of those tractors are going to affect us. I mean, we really do not have the tractors to pull this kind of stunts that the company wants us to do. In Albuquerque, they want to hire at least 100 drivers. And that's all fine, said, and dandy, but where are we going to get the pulling power?
Yeah.
It's just nuts. And it's strictly slip seats, so no one has an assigned tractor. It's like, well, all right. Now what you going to do when you have a single axle drive and then you got a trailer that weighs 27,000 pounds? It just ain't going to cut it. You need to have dual drive. I mean, Snyder and Grand National and anyone else that's a third-party carrier, they've got the double axle drives. And it's like, if they can have them, why can't we? Besides, it'd be easier to chain up. All you got to do is throw a 2x4 underneath the inside tires, raise up the drive axle a little bit where you can get up underneath the tire. And, you won't have to be hiring somebody to get your chains put on. I don't like chains myself, and if I made a little bit more money, you're right, I'd pay someone else to chain up for me. It's just that unchaining I'm not real thrilled about either, but as the French say, que la vie. So there you go. All right, senor, I'm going to let you go. You have yourself a good morning, and y'all be careful out there.
As far as chaining goes, if you took a lesson from 5'7", he could teach you how to do it. That way you don't have to worry about unchaining later, if that makes sense.
I wonder. Yeah. I wonder how much he'd charge to train me on that. But anyways, I'm going to let you go. You have yourself
Have a good morning. There you go. All right, I did not tune into the Florida debate, but it was Ron DeSantis and Charlie Crist this past evening. And Steve sends me a link to the story. Apparently the audience attending the debate became so noisy and disruptive that the moderator had to chastise them, ask them to shut up. Of course, they didn't do it that way. I'm going to stop right now and ask that our audience please stop. We're not going to get through all the questions, and we've got a lot of ground to cover, so please, please, that needs to be the end of the applause. Apparently, every time, if you're pro-DeSantis or pro-Crist or somewhere in between, from the very beginning, the audience was disrupting the conversation with boos or cheers or laughter and applause almost every time a candidate would speak or offer a rebuttal, they say. So persistent that the moderator eventually had to scold the audience to stop. I guess they did quiet down for a moment, but in short order, they were right back where they were. It was more like a circus, they say. All right, we're headed toward top of the hour news break. We've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Let's take the opportunity to get a keyword for you. It's the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway as we've teamed up with TNCRadio.live. And this, by the way, is our final week of a 6-week contest. Your first keyword today is grind. G-R-I-N-D, grind. Head over right now to TNCRadio.live or use the TNCRadio.live app. Click on contests. You'll have the little form there. Enter your keyword. Stick around. We'll have an additional keyword coming your way later this morning. And throughout the broadcast day, 10 a.m., 7 p.m. Eastern Time via TNCRadio.live. Now, speaking of which, big storms rolling into Houston, Texas this morning. Watch out, I-10. Yeah, I-45 between Houston and Dallas, especially through the overnight hours. That is true. That line is pushing through Houston right now. Stick around coming at 5 a.m. when we close out the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. It's all about mind, body, and soul on Tuesday mornings. Don't miss an all-new episode of Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Kortman. When you think black belt, you think of someone who has excellent fighting technique. This time, we're talking about a social black belt. Catch an all-new episode starting at 5 a.m. Eastern. Then stay tuned for Hope Svara and the Driver Podcast. Finally, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, it's an all-new episode of Trucker's Life from our friends at TFC Global. All that coming your way from TNCRadio.live this morning.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. With early voting well underway, 6 cases of alleged voter intimidation at drop-box locations in Arizona have been referred to the Justice Department, says Arizona's Secretary of State. Maricopa County Sheriff Paul Penzone told reporters Monday they're also working with the DOJ to identify which cases qualify as voter intimidation. Since voting began, he said his team has written 2 criminal reports and submitted those to the county prosecutor.
It's undermining who we are as a nation, and I think that it's self-serving in many ways. And what do I see now as the sheriff of one of the biggest counties in the nation? I see that every day I'm dedicating a considerable amount of resources just to give people confidence that they can cast a vote safely, and that is absurd.
Early voting also underway in Florida. In Fort Lauderdale, voter Alicia Shakir is throwing his support behind Democratic Congresswoman Val Demings to replace Republican Senator Marco Rubio. Shakir said he's personally pro-life but does not believe in imposing his views on others, especially in the case of rape or incest.
Me, myself, I don't believe in abortion, but if it comes to incest or rape, And just like Valdemar said, forcing a 10-year-old to carry a child from a rapist, that's not right. You can't do that.
The View panel erupted on Senator Ted Cruz on Monday after he confronted the hosts about election deniers and political violence on the left. The Republican was initially heckled by environmental protesters within the audience before co-host Alicia Farah Griffin grilled him about the January 6th Capitol Hill riot and whether he viewed President Biden as legitimately elected. Cruz confirmed that Biden was the president before calling out The View and the media for giving Democrats a pass for floating stolen election claims. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Tyson Foods loses a price-fixing lawsuit.
Tyson Foods will pay Washington State $10.5 million to resolve a price-fixing lawsuit over chicken. Washington AG Bob Ferguson says that since 2008, 19 broiler chicken producers coordinated price increases. Arkansas-based Tyson is the largest chicken producer in the United States. The company has agreed to produce documentation for lawsuits against 16 other chicken producers. Tyson will also conduct internal training and certify that it has corporate policies to follow state and federal antitrust laws. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
With the Indianapolis Colts' offensive woes reaching worrisome proportions, the team decided on a dramatic shift at its most important position. Indy is promoting Sam Ehlinger to starting quarterback for Sunday's game against the Washington Commanders, with veteran Matt Ryan sustaining a grade 2 shoulder separation against the Tennessee Titans on Sunday, Coach Frank Reich said. Ryan won't play or practice this week because of the injury, Reich said, but he emphatically stated that the move is intended to be for the remainder of the season.
Extremely difficult decision, obviously, given the respect and admiration that we have for Matt Ryan and, what he's done and what he's brought here. He is a pro's pro. This guy is special.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we are, back at it. Another hour off and rolling at 844-3388. I guess part of the debate there, Ron DeSantis versus Charlie Crist in Florida, which they say spiraled into a circus nearly this past evening. I'm going to take a listen to a few of the clips. In one case, Ron DeSantis talking about Charlie Crist. Charlie Crist has voted with Joe Biden 100% of the time.
Charlie Crist has voted with Joe Biden 100% of the time to give us these inflationary policies and to drive up the cost of everything that we're doing. And the fact of the matter is, over the last 2 years, we've now have record inflation all across this country at 40-year highs.
Yeah, Ron DeSantis says, the only worn-out old donkey I'm looking to put out to pasture is Charlie Crist. But what you're noticing is the outburst from the audience. I mean, you're supposed to be listening to what they have to say, and I mean, when the audience is all screaming and cheering like that, you can't hear anything they're saying.
But I just want to make things very, very clear. The only worn-out old donkey I'm looking to put out to pasture is Charlie Crist.
And Charlie actually kind of gave him a smile with that statement.
And I would also say this. You mentioned, Liz, that people are flocking to Florida. That would not have happened if Charlie Crist had his way. He wrote me a letter in July of 2020 saying you need to shut down the state of Florida. He said you need to force people to shelter in their own homes. That would have destroyed the state of Florida. That would have caused our tourism industry to go into the toilet. It would have locked out millions of kids from school. I rejected Charlie Crist's lockdown letter. I kept the state open and I kept the state free. And we now have the biggest budget surplus in the history of Florida. We have a 2.5% unemployment,
Governor,
second lowest on record, and we just did the biggest tax cut in Florida history.
Thank you, Governor. That's time. Congressman, you have 30 seconds for rebuttal.
Thank you very much. Well, Ron, that's rich. You're the only governor in the history of Florida that's ever shut down our schools. You're the only governor in the history of Florida that shut down our businesses. I never did that as governor. You're the one who's the shutdown guy. We need to have somebody who is at the helm that understands it's important to listen to science, to do what's right, to utilize common sense. You don't just shut down at the outset, and then when it's, politically convenient for you, you want to open back up to score political points for your race for president. That's not right. It's not what the people deserve.
Governor, you have 30 seconds.
Well, so he opposed having kids in school. His supporters sued me to keep the kids out of school in 2020. And how critical was that decision? We just got the nation's report card, the results from all 50 states. Florida, number 3 in 4th grade reading and number 4 in the country in 4th grade math. And if you adjust that for demographics, we are number 1 in the country in both. That would not have happened if we let Charlie Crist and his friends lock our kids out of school like they did in California and like they did in New York. We did it right in Florida.
Right there. You notice how Charlie Crist says, I never locked our schools down? Well, Charlie Crist, you were never governor during a pandemic. He's trying to twist things, saying, I never locked our kids out of school. Yeah. Anyone that pays any attention knows. Ron DeSantis in the state of Florida, that man fought tooth and nail against the establishment, being chastised by the CDC, by the president, for allowing the state to be open, allowing people to gather. And yes, initially the entire country shut things down, some for a briefer period of time than others. But Florida, the schools were reopened in Florida way, way before schools in other Democrat-run cities. And he pointed out there at the very end, the numbers are in those states that implemented those lockdowns and the at-home schooling, the virtual learning thing. which throughout that period, I was saying, kids are not learning nearly what they would be learning if they were in class. And I could speak for Cincinnati Public Schools, being a resident of Cincinnati, Ohio. The sheer number of students, and of course, they give them all the computer to log in, the passwords and all that. There were an incredible number of students that never even logged in for anything as far as the virtual learning was concerned. It was horrible. So they're not learning anything in that time of the virtual learning. Ohio was one of those states that shut down. For my grandchildren, mostly it was 2020. They were back in school. I think for 2021, just the first week or two, it was virtual. And then they were back in class. I was taking the grandkids to the bus every morning, and they didn't fall far behind, not nearly as much as like students in California or New York, where they were locked out of the schools for nearly 2 years. And that's what DeSantis was ripping other states, New York and California, touting Florida's performance. The 2022 National Assessment of Educational Progress was released. That's the nation's report card, as they call it. How are our children doing? The lockdown-focused blue states suffered greatly by comparison. DeSantis says we insisted on keeping schools open, in-person learning, because we knew there would be widespread harm to the students if they were locked out. And these results prove we made the right decision. We also knew that younger and at-risk students would be the most impacted if the schools were closed. The results speak for themselves. In Florida, fourth grade students ranking number 3 in reading, number 4 in math, top 4 in both categories. For, believe it or not, the first time in state history. Well, how about the lockdown states, California, New York? They weren't even in the top 30 states. Dramatic, sobering declines in math and reading scores for 4th and 8th graders. Results were so poor, math scores for grades 4 and 8 on the test showed the largest declines since they started testing in 1980. The education secretary says, let me be very clear, these results are not acceptable. Well, we have to continue to approach the risk of catching all of our students up with the urgency that this issue warrants. So we have to redouble our efforts to accelerate student recovery, and it's going to be a lot harder in some states than others. DeSantis, of course, up for re-election in November, also touting a possible presidential run in 2024. Has hammered other states for shutting down for such an extended period of time during the pandemic. All right. Someone brought up on the program last week, I can't recall who that was, talking about, I just hope that Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis don't end up kind of like both jumping into the ring looking for the Republican nomination and start tearing one another apart, because that would be bad for the party as a whole. I see over the weekend, former President Trump took aim at Ron DeSantis in a post on his social media site, Truth Social. The latest sign of competition between the former president, who continues to kind of flirt with a second run for president, and, of course, the Republican governor of Florida, widely seen as Trump's potential political heir. Trump says, all capital letters, a big mistake. Linking to a report that DeSantis endorsed a Republican Senate candidate who recently told CNN he would, quote, actively campaign against Trump if he runs in 2024. So here comes, I was hoping this would not be the case. Joe O'Dea, who hopes to unseat Senator Michael Bennet in Colorado, the Democrat there in the midterm election, pointed to Ron DeSantis as another prime candidate for president. Registered Republicans favor DeSantis over Trump to guide the future of the party by a margin of about 8 points, according to a ABC News Ipsos poll. Now, DeSantis recently endorsed O'Dea as a leader who knows how to fight and get results. He's not a career politician. He's focused on building the wall and cracking down on crime. So after the appearance there, Trump took to Truth Social to call O'Dea a rhino, Republican in name only. He's having a good old time saying he wants to distance himself from President Trump and other slightly nasty things. So Trump says MAGA doesn't vote for stupid people with big mouths. Good luck, Joe. In response to that, O'Dea stated that Trump is entitled to his opinion, but I'm my own man. I call it like I see it. So, yes, you do. There are those, as we call rhinos out there, and we know who they are, but I hope this doesn't turn into a nasty fight between Trump and Ron DeSantis. That would not bode well for the party as a whole. Clear lines at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, how about prices at the pump? Energy Information Administration gives us new numbers each week on Mondays, unless it's a holiday. But all right, unlike the past 2 weeks where we saw some rather dramatic gains, 40+ cents per gallon in numerous regions, the average retail diesel price squeezed out a small gain last week. Even as wholesale prices were dropping and future prices were also down in a very volatile market after a 2-week run of gains that added over 50 cents a gallon to the national average. The price effective as of Monday was up just 0.2 of a penny, so $5.34 per gallon. Now that is the national average wholesale price. was down to $4.23 a gallon, down from $4.55 a week ago. That movement with retail prices up slightly while wholesale prices were dropping rather substantially. All right, the futures price of ultra-low sulfur diesel on the commodity exchange, significantly less than it was 2 weeks ago, or just a week ago, as a matter of fact. Yeah, that benchmark number settled Monday at $3.92 a gallon. A gain of 9.6 cents on the day after a Friday increase of 6.7 cents. But Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of last week saw drops of anywhere from 9 to 14 cents each day, respectively, which ultimately led to the overall 1 week decline in prices. There's been some up and down movement in the value of ultra-low sulfur diesel relative to Brent crude, the international Brent benchmark. All right. This spread has become one of the key numbers to watch for diesel consumers because it's been so volatile. The spread eventually will make its way to the pump price, evidenced by the fact that, according to the Energy Information Administration, the spread between the national average retail gas price this week was $1.47 a gallon. A year ago, it was less than 24 cents. Now, that was the spread, remember. All right, so we'll have more on the numbers, prices at the pump, but at least we were not a big jump in the national average over the past week. When you're talking 0.2 of a penny, that means prices pretty much held steady. No change in the pump prices. 23 past the hour. Head on back to the calls. Would that be Philip?
Sure is, bud. How you doing?
Doing all right. What's happening this morning?
Oh, not much. Just doing my usual thing, going to work. Hey, before we talk, I wanted to let all the drivers know if we got any drivers that are going to be down here in Central Florida, and they're going to go Route 46 from Sanford, Florida, over to I-95 on the coast. It's open now all the way across. The flooding has went down now, and they've got barrels on the side of the road marking the edge of the road so that people can get through now. So Route 46 is open now across from Sanford, Florida, all the way over to I-95. So that's a good thing. I don't know. Did you see any of the pictures of that road, Steve?
That I did not, no.
Yeah, that road had, I think, about 3 foot of water on it, 4 foot of water on it, something like that. And halfway since the hurricane, and they just opened it up going across there. There's a lot of people who lost a lot of houses back in Lake Harney and Geneva and Bogman and restaurant. That restaurant is guys probably going to spend about $4 million to rebuild it. So it's nasty stuff. But that's the marsh area in Central Florida, and you've got to be careful going across over by the St. Johns River. So it's I just want to let everybody know I got it back. They got it back.
So that's here we're going to have. So you're saying that thing had been shut down all that time since Ian came through there?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been shut down for what's that been? About a month, almost a month. This week would be a month, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That road. I went across that road in 2004 when we had those 3 hurricanes, and that water was all the way up to that road back then, and it was scary stuff. I mean, it looked like you were in the middle of a lake, driving in the middle of a lake, because the water was eye level when you looked to either side. Back then, I didn't even go across there this time, but it's pretty dangerous little road too. It's a 2-lane, and it goes over from the middle of Florida over to I-95 over there to the coast, East Coast.
Okay.
And it's just a small little 2-lane road, but I tell you what, it runs right through the marsh in the St. Johns River area. And Lake Harney and all that, it flooded out bad. I mean, real bad. I know that over there off of 417, which is like a little bypass around Orlando on the east side, where it goes over Lake Jessup. They said the water was all the way up into the bridge, which that bridge normally is about, I don't know, about 20, 30 foot off the water. So some scary stuff. I hear we're going to have a big rocket taking off pretty soon, but it ain't an orange one. Did you hear that, Steve?
You know what? I haven't really checked on anything this week. What do we got?
We got the Falcon Heavy that's going to be taking off on Halloween, I heard, with the 2 Space Force satellites. And that's the one where I've been talking about everybody needs to watch. When the boosters come back, they land right back at KSC, and they land them together right beside each other. Instead of landing them on the drone ships, they land the 2 boosters back on the landing zones right beside each other. So,
really?
Yeah, if you want to, they've only shot one of those up before. You remember the launch, Steve, where Elon put his car into space?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was a Falcon Heavy. That was the test flight for the Falcon Heavy. And this is going to be the same rocket. It's going to be carrying 2 classified satellites for the government.
So it's been it's been like 3 years since they've had a Falcon Heavy launch. Why so long?
The cost of it, because you look at it, it's 3 of those rockets. You know the rocket that you normally see take off with the Starlinks? It's 3 of those. Matter of fact, the one that's in the middle, that one will be burned up in the atmosphere when it comes back. It won't even come and land on a ship or anything. That initial plan for him was he was going to have 2 of them 2 of the 3 would land back at Kennedy Space Center, and then the 3rd one would land on that barge out there. But the problem is he would go to get the satellite or whatever you use it for up in the space far enough, you'd have to expend one. So they're going to have to, basically, they're going to eat one of their rockets, so to speak. So, but it's pretty cool. It's going to be pretty neat. And then I hear they're going to be rolling the big orange rocket back out again. I hear that the Artemis is going back out to the pad pretty soon. It's going to be shooting in November. So we'll see if they can get all those leaks fixed. They got their job done.
Yeah.
Hopefully they replace those batteries too on that flight termination system, so they don't have to worry about the range anymore. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate your time, Steve. Y'all have a good one. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you for checking in. Yeah, I was looking at the story here. The Falcon Heavy. Very interesting. All right. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. The U.S. Justice Department has issued updated guidelines for victim and witness assistance after the government came under harsh criticism from the families of those killed in 2 Boeing 737 MAX crashes. A White House official says President Biden will get his updated COVID-19 booster shot Tuesday. Biden's also expected to deliver remarks on the pandemic and highlight his administration's efforts to get Americans boosted. Last week, more than 4.5 million people in the U.S. got the latest shot. Climate change activists in Germany threw mashed potatoes on a Claude Monet painting valued at $110 million. The act came 9 days after activists poured tomato soup on Vincent van Gogh's sunflowers, estimated to be worth $84 million. And voter interest in the midterm election is higher than ever. More than 60% said their interest was at a 10. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, well, for football fans, in particular Packers, Buccaneers, it was supposed to get better Sunday for Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers, because the competition was underwhelming, would be the word. I mean, after all, it's Tom Brady, it's Aaron Rodgers, right? Well, not so much. It actually got worse for the legendary quarterbacks. Brady, they say, plummeted to what's probably the low point of his tenure with the Buccaneers. They could not reach the end zone. Final score 21-3 to a Carolina Panther team that almost seemed incapable of beating anybody, much less a 7-time Super Bowl winner. Yeah, the Panthers were one defeat removed from firing their coach. They were 1-5. They'd lost 12 of their last 13. Yeah, but the Panthers, those Panthers, went out and dominated the Buccaneers to give Steve Wilkes his first victory as their interim coach. The outlook was also similarly gloomy for Rodgers and the Packers. They're 3-4 on a 3-game losing streak after their stunning 23-21 defeat to the Washington Commanders at FedEx Field. At 3-4, the Packers have a losing record 7 games into a season for the first time since Aaron Rodgers became their starter. Rodgers and the Packers did not have a single third down conversion all day. I guess they made it interesting toward the end. They nearly pulled off a late comeback. At one point, they were down 23-14, 23-21, ultimately the final score there. But, all right, the Legends not doing so well. Some are speculating which of those two might actually, throw in the towel during the season, not complete the season, might say, that's it, screw it, I've had enough. Because Brady was done anyway, right? He had retired, then made that decision to come back. And oh, well, always moving. Hi there.
Hi. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me. I made it to 64.
Happy birthday. Excited. How about that?
Thank you. A lot of great people are born this month. You notice that?
I do, yes. Me and you.
Yeah, and Pappy's birthday is tomorrow. So everybody can call Pappy tomorrow and wish him a happy birthday. His is the 26th.
All right.
Yeah, I think he will be 63 tomorrow.
Yeah, I know last night was. 64. I know he worked last night. I think he's off tonight, so he may be up listening in.
Yeah, he's a year behind me when we looked at our birthdays. So I'm a 10/25/58, and I believe he's a 10/26/59. So, but anyway, happy birthday to me, and thrilled about that. And I made it down to the Wagner trial again today to hear Jake Wagner on the stand. He did not want to be recorded or videotaped. And that was interesting. Because it was a shock that he came. We all kind of expected Angela, the mom, to go next, and in fact it was Jake. And so when they announced that they were calling him to the stand, I'm like, oh my gosh, I've got to go. And a lot of people flocked to the courthouse when they heard it was him. And you're not allowed in until a break. And there was a woman that had come up from Florida. Her husband, she was on vacation this week. I'm on vacation this week also. But anyway, her husband was sick and tired of her yapping about it for 6 years. And he said, here, you're on vacation, go. So he bought her a ticket to fly up here. So she came directly from the airport to the courthouse and was absolutely, thrilled that she was going to get to see Jake because she didn't know who she was going to see. But it was packed in there. It was the first time it's been packed. A lot of the news, and they didn't send just the little people in for the news. The news has been there the whole time, but this time you had the actual people that you see on TV were sitting all in the front row and stuff. Yeah, so it was interesting, and it's hard to listen to as he describes how they went from house to house and he shot these people. And the Roden family, Roden and Gilley family, were in full force. Not a dry eye in the house on their side as they had to listen to how all of their loved ones were killed.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a riveting case. And, when you look at them, both of George and Jake, and they've cleaned them up quite a bit since they were first arrested. But you still look at them and think, wow, how in the world? What in the world? What? It's hard to wrap your mind around where their thought process were and how you could get that many people together and no one said, hey, I think this is a bad idea.
Yeah. I mean, the whole family. And I kind of going all the way back how many years it's been now, but yeah, I remember
6 years, 6.5.
Originally talking about the case to where they said, some of these family members had dogs and whatnot. Yeah, how could someone get into a home unless either the dogs knew them and, didn't go crazy and bark or attack them and things like that? So I guess that is the case.
Yeah, it's and in very, I mean, Jake was very matter of fact as he described it. He did have to stop and think about some things. It was very believable. I mean, there was nothing that he was just going through the motions. I did read one article that said that he had, and they made a negative word about his answers. His answers were not negative at all. The questions they ask are a lot of yes and no, unless you can say, can you tell me about? Those are the things. It's pretty much, and you did this, and then they say yes, and you did this, yes, or you did that, no, or I don't remember. But it was. I was surprised to learn that. I knew that they had said in the opening that Hannah, the quote, sort of, if you want to call it his mother-in-law, it's Hannah's mom, was awake, and she was on her phone, and I believe she was trying to get a hold of Chris Sr., the husband, ex-husband, whatever you want to call it. But when Jake went in, she did turn around and see him and gasped, and then he shot her. And then he jumped back over to Hannah May, which was just 2 strides over across the hall, and shot her. And then he went back and shot Dana again, and then back to Hannah May, and then back to Dana. It was
wow.
Yeah, I mean, you're just like, and then he went in and shot the teenager, the 16-year-old in the top of the head, and you're just like, wow, how in the world do you do that? I mean, it's pretty stunning to listen to, and he did not see the baby between Hannah Gilley and Frankie Roden until after he shot Hannah, and that was when he saw the baby laying between them. He did see Frankie's son in the laying on the living room couch when he walked in, but he did not see the baby until after he shot them.
Wow.
And he just left the baby. Yeah, it's pretty. It's terribly sad, but it just makes you wonder. To see them, they could walk down the street today, and you would never know that what the carnage that they left behind them if you didn't know the story. You know, if you just saw them on the street, you would never say, oh, he looks like a killer. He looks like he killed X amount of people. And that's what's scary. The other thing that was interesting was listening to the testimony Friday was Jake's ex-wife, who was only married to him for 3 months out of Alaska. And she literally had been described by all of the other family members as being just so weird, super weird. And here this poor woman, she wasn't weird at all. She was stuck with the family from hell in the house from hell, and she had kept calling her people she knew in Alaska to help her, and nobody was believing her, and so she didn't know who to trust, who to talk to, what to do. You know, I mean, it was shocking from the wedding night on, and here she is in Ohio, and she can't get out, and she's afraid they're going to kill her. And when she had this plan and escaped through the Walmart, and how she changed her clothes in the dressing room, and then slipped out the side door through the tire entrance. And her dad had flown in from Texas and was waiting in this rental car, and he drove around to get it, you know, in case anyone was following them. And then she jumped into another car with another friend and left out of state. I mean, it was really harrowing to hear her testimony, but what was even more fascinating was right after that, they put the head investigator for the BCI on the case on the stand, and they said, do you know what date this was? And they said, yes. And they said, and where were you? And he said, in the Walmart parking lot. And you went, oh, really? Yeah. And they were on it. They were on it from the word go, and they were watching and saw everything and followed the car and made sure who she was with. And yeah, it's like, wow. So there's like really undercover spies all over if you're being investigated and you don't know it.
Wow.
So yeah, and I tell you, whatever they're paying BCI is not enough. And I told Andrew Wilson, who works for the governor but is part of the prosecution team, I told him Monday, I said, that BCI, I mean, this is incredible to listen to what they have done and the work they put into it and the intricate details and their knowledge and their skill and their background that they bring. It's really, really fascinating. It beats the heck out of Forensic Files and stuff like that you can watch on TV. I mean, this is it in real life, and it's fascinating. So it is Ohio history being made, and to be able to say that you were there and saw it, saw the principal players, I think it's fascinating. So that's what I did for entertainment. And on a sad note, I had my 45th high school reunion a few weeks ago. Loved it. Got to attend for a couple of hours after work, and was very sad to find out that my you get your high school sweetheart that you're with, and we were together for 6 years, was tragically killed on September 24th, riding on a zero-turn riding mower, mowing around a pond where he'd mowed for years, thousands of times, and it slid down the embankment and hit the water and flipped over and pinned him underneath of it in the water.
Wow.
Isn't that awful? I tell you, I've taken his passing very hard. And his wife didn't find him for several hours. Just what a horrible, horrible way to go. So I've taken that pretty hard, but it just like, really? You always expect some people to, I hadn't seen the man in 30 some years. So, almost 39 years. But always thought I would run into him at some point in time, and nope. Not going to get to see him for a long time now. So anyway, so another reason I'm glad I'm made it to 64. He was a master mechanic and was turning 65 in November and retiring, and didn't make it. So, you got to live each day to the fullest and enjoy all that, cliche stuff. I mean, it really is true. You just never know.
You never know. Yep.
Nope. So anyway, my happy birthday, and happy birthday to Pappy tomorrow. And I'm still enjoying my vacation. Going to have a nice, wonderful week at home here on the farm with quiet, no bells. They are super, super packed at the hospital. This past weekend, I came in and worked a day during my vacation because they were so shorthanded. I've never seen them throw money at the people like they were to try to get them to come in. I'd never seen the numbers like what we had and what was happening. And I sent you another article of,
Yes.
It's just all across the country.
Yep, I've got that.
2 and under.
Yep.
Yeah, it really is. It is hard on these little ones. So everyone that has a little kid, be extra careful with them this year, because this is nothing to joke around with. So, alrighty, I'll let you go. You have a wonderful night. Talk to you later.
Happy birthday. Thank you so much. Always moving. Yeah, they're trying to spread the word. If you've got a child that, it's the time of year. Yeah, the cold, the flu start going around, but, these little ones, if they start exhibiting signs of difficulty breathing, don't ignore it. I got the case, the story that she shared with me earlier today. We'll delve more into that coming up here. Are you a fan of the McRib sandwich? Which, I don't know, how many years has the McRib been around? I like them. I mean, I know it's not, it's that compressed, like a chicken nugget kind of thing, but it's the boneless pork dipped in barbecue sauce. I prefer mine with no onions. But it may be the final go-around, according to McDonald's. October 31st, the McRib will be back. But according to their social media post, it will be the farewell tour. Fans of the McRib, they know it's typically available for a limited time each year. If you've been on the fence about ever trying one, this might be your last shot. October 31 through November the 20th, according to the statement from McDonald's. The farewell tour. Say it isn't so. No more McRibs, never ever again. Our number, 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back on a Tuesday. And, of course, lines available at 844-844-3388. Horse Feathers, what's going on this morning?
Yeah, I don't know. They don't say nothing on the boards, on any of the electronic boards, but I got on southbound 95 there, south of Baltimore, off the Baltimore Beltway, and I made it one exit, and they got the road closed, making everybody get off on 195, and that's the airport exit. So if you go towards the airport, you have two choices. You can either go down US 1, or you can stay on and go to the 295 and take 295 and go down one exit and take 100 west back over to 95. But they have I-95 closed, all lanes closed. Everybody has to get off. And by the looks of the map, everything's pretty red. So whatever's going on, they got whatever traffic was on the road held up, stopped, and yeah, as I say, I don't know what's going on because none of the electronic signs say anything about a highway closure.
Wow. Okay.
So I don't know if you can Google anything there and maybe get into there's a Maryland traffic site there. It's not 511. It's another. Maryland has to have their own thing. They can't be like the rest of the world and deal with 511. So, but they do have a thing that normally updates about every 90 seconds there, and I don't have. It's a web page, and I don't have that web thing brought up there. So, anyways, but that's it. That's what I got going for you for a highway closure. Now, have you ever heard of a front-over collision?
Front-over collision?
Yes, a front-over collision. It's a terminology that I first heard last night on the news there. The NBC News was talking about this. And that's when you run over something like in your driveway, you know, if your kids leave their bike in the driveway, or if, God forbid, your kid's in the driveway or something like that, but they're calling that a front-over collision. So to avoid this now, there's these safety groups out there, and they want to put front-mounted cameras, kind of like your backup camera, you know, when you can see when you're backing up your new Subaru there, you can see where you're going.
Yep.
Well, they want to put a front-mounted camera in your vehicle that's always on so you can see what's in front of your car down there by the front bumper. But they want the camera, you know, you're going to have the screen mounted in the dashboard. So when people are driving down the road, where are they going to be looking? are they going to be looking out the windshield at where they're going, or are they going to be looking down at the screen to see what's in front of their car? I don't know. I think the rule of unintended consequences is going to be a lot of things happen because they ain't going to be paying attention to what's going down the road compared to what's right in front of their car. You know, I don't know, and everything else they do in the car anymore.
So you're saying it would be like an active screen anytime they're moving forward?
Yep. So you can see what's going on in front of your car where it's blind, you know, especially those people that drive the big SUVs and pickup trucks and you can't see. They showed that out in front of a pickup truck they put I think it was a Ford F-250, and the little short, couldn't been about 5 foot tall news reporter there sat in the driver's seat there, and they put 11 kids sitting in front of the truck in a row, one in front of the other, from the front bumper out. And it took the kid number 11 before she could see the child out in front of the pickup truck.
Wow.
But yeah, and so I'm saying to my wife, well, why doesn't she sit up in my Peterbilt? You know, see what these cars do in front of my Peterbilt, you know, when they pull in front of me and I can't see their taillights, you know. They think they got plenty of space and you know, I can't see their taillights, but they're trying to prevent kids from getting run over in your driveway, you know, that whole deal of you pull in your driveway and you don't realize your child's in the way, or you go to pull out of your driveway and the child's there on their bike and they fall over, or the infant gets out of there.
They're horrific incidents, but they happen. Yeah, they happen too often. Let's pause there. Got to get our news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Police in St. Louis have identified the suspect they say opened fire at the Central Visual and Performing Arts High School Monday morning. Police say 19-year-old Orlando Harris shot and killed a teacher and a student and injured at least 6 others before he exchanged gunfire with police and was killed. Police say Harris graduated from the school just last year and had no prior criminal record. St. Louis Police Chief Michael Stack said Monday afternoon an investigation is underway.
How did he get the gun? What are his motives? Where was he at all morning prior to this? We'll try and find out all that we can.
Outrage in parts of Southern California after anti-Semitic flyers were left on doorsteps and several people were seen on a freeway overpass showing a Nazi salute with banners in support of recent anti-Semitic comments by rapper Kanye West. The LAPD and Beverly Hills Police are investigating the hate-filled flyers left on front doorsteps over the weekend, but there are questions if those who left the flyers actually broke any laws or it was freedom of speech. Police say investigators are looking at surveillance video to figure out how the cases will move forward. There's collusion being charged, but not where you think.
A federal judge has ordered Dr. Anthony Fauci, Jen Psaki, and 43 other Biden officials to be deposed as part of a lawsuit against the Biden administration. A court order from the United States District Court for the Western District of Louisiana concluded that Fauci's high-profile public comments have made him a key figure in the lawsuit from the attorneys general of Louisiana and Missouri, who allege that a collusion between the Biden administration and social media companies to censor such news stories as the COVID-19 origins, the Biden laptop, and security of voting by mail during the pandemic. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Guess what's coming back? But not for long.
McDonald's is bringing back one of its more popular meals. Starting Monday, customers can order the McRib sandwich on the company app for delivery or pickup until November 20th. The McDonald's website urges people to get the sandwich while they can because this is a McRib farewell tour. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Comic actor Leslie Jordan, a Primetime Emmy winner for his role on the hit sitcom Will and Grace, and a social media sensation during the COVID-19 pandemic, died on Monday in a car crash while driving to work in Hollywood, a spokesperson said. Jordan apparently suffered an unspecified medical issue at the wheel of his car, and the vehicle struck the side of a building on its way to Warner Brothers studio set of the Fox television series Call Me Kat, according to his agent, Don LeClaire. Jordan was just 67. Aaron Judge is a free agent after the Yankees were eliminated from the playoffs on Sunday. Manager Aaron Boone says he hopes Judge stays in New York.
Just an incredible season, and, someone that I've grown close with and just admire and respect. And, hopefully we'll see him in pinstripes for a long time. I don't even want to think about the alternative right now. But he means a lot to a lot of us in that room.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. Get clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There you go. Thank you very much, Big Moose. Who can we besmirch this morning? I've been besmirched. Oh, my. Yeah, it looks like to answer Horse Feather's question, Jeff sent me a memo there. Says Steve Chart, which is like what would be Maryland's version of 511. Says there's an accident at Route 100. All lanes are closed. So there you go. Accident, Route 100. Yeah, Barry says, happy birthday to Always Moving. Good to have you with us there, Barry. Heatwave says, I met my current wife via love@AOL.com. After a month, we were hitched. Now it's been 22 and a half years of, well, we're still hitched. Wait a minute. Didn't sound exactly right. All right, there you go. Any Tony Stewart fans out there? He's done a lot in the racing world. But he's about to do more after 2 multi-day sessions at Frank Halley's drag racing school and a handful of tests over the past couple of years in both a top alcohol dragster and a top fuel dragster. Tony, they say, is ready for the real thing. Of course, he owns driving championships across NASCAR, IndyCar, USAC, along with hundreds of victories at oval tracks, dirt tracks, road courses. He will now throttle up behind the wheel of a top alcohol dragster during the NHRA Nevada Nationals. Coming up here in a few days, October the 28th through October the 30th at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Tony says, I'm excited and nervous at the same time. It's definitely going to be a big learning curve, and to do it at a national event right out of the gate kind of adds to the challenge. But it's something I've really been wanting to do, and I've been working toward this. I'm not taking it lightly. It's a serious business, and I'm going to be as prepared as possible when I get to Las Vegas. Yeah, he'll make his debut driving for McPhillips Racing in an NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Father and son team of Rich McPhillips and his son Rich Jr. have enjoyed tremendous success in the top alcohol dragster category, helping numerous drivers win races and contend for championships, including the likes of Matt Cummins, Troy Coughlin Jr., and his uncle Mike Coughlin, Jasmine Salinas, the winner of the most recent NHRA Camping World Series event in Dallas, and a contender for the top alcohol dragster world title. Also races as part of the McPhillips team. Tony said, the team I've been driving for, McPhillips Racing, has been awesome to work with. They felt like I was ready to compete. With their confidence, that's given me the confidence to try something new and take the leap. Even with all the newness that will surround Stewart, he'll have support from longtime partner Mobil 1. All right, throughout the storied career, Tony, known for his commitment and his dedication to his craft. So there you go. That's won his third and final NASCAR Cup Series championship in 2011. 12 years and counting, a partnership that he had with Mobil 1, I guess. So, all right. How about that? That'll be interesting to watch. Might have to tune in for some of that. Tony Stewart in a, what is it, Top Fuel Alcohol? Top Alcohol Dragster. Yeah, Top Alcohol, Top Fuel. Two different categories. But yeah, that's flat out moving. All right, get back to the calls here. See, we were chatting with Horse Feathers, and he's back. So I guess you get the message there. Wreck at the 100 or something.
Yeah, I actually got back on at the 100. Looked north, couldn't see anything as far as I could see north. So it must be a ways up there between the 195 and the 100. But it's all clear to get on at the 100. There's no issues getting on there. But so, anyways, is Tony Stewart going to be racing against his wife out there? Is that how he isn't going to race against her? Is she?
I don't know what category she's in. Is she top fuel? Because he's going to be top alcohol.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So, rule number one: if you're racing against your wife,
let her win.
Don't feed her. Yeah, let her win. Don't feed her. Yeah, to make a whole lot better when you get home. But anyways, no. So I wanted to get in just real quick about that there. So as I say, I don't know what type of wreck it was. Don't know what was involved in it, and I'm assuming it was either rather large for the fact that they have all lanes closed, or it was a fatality. Normally between the two of them, they end up having all lanes closed to, either for cleanup or investigation or combination thereof. So, but anyways, I guess with that, we can tell you it's still wet and miserable. It's not really raining hard or anything, but just enough to be wet and miserable and foggy, and I don't know, nice temperature here, running somewhere in the high 50s, pushing 60 degrees, but it's just kind of ugly out here. It ain't gone away from Sunday night. It's just kind of stayed here all along. So, and they said we're supposed to have showers through the day today from the last forecast I saw. So I'm thinking this is kind of here to stay for the day, So, anyways, that's about all we got going for you. And as I say, coming south out of Baltimore on 95 for DC, just be prepared to get off the highway and go a different way there for that one set of exits.
All right, very good. And to answer the other question, Leah Pruitt, Tony's wife, drives. She's a top fuel racer.
All right.
So not top alcohol. So for as much as I know about the NHRA, those straight line racers, right? Do not make a left-hand turn because it won't end well. Not in straight line racing. All right, that opens up another line at 844-844-3388. We were talking earlier, the change in the weather pattern, which could actually bode well for parts of the West that have been so dry. Yeah, it started last week. It's going to continue to allow storms off the Pacific to target the Pacific Northwest and our neighbors in British Columbia, Canada. At least 6 more storms are likely to roll across the northern Pacific and push inland over the Northwest between now and the first few days of November. Each storm separated by just a day or two, where you'll be dry in between. Much-needed rain and mountain snow will be a welcome sight as the storm train passes through. But after just a few of those storms complete their journey, forecasters caution some problems could ensue. Each storm will bring varying amounts of moisture ashore and fluctuating snow levels over the mountains. Some of the storms will bring sporadic showers or a brief period of rain and a bit of mountain snow. Others could line up moisture more in the way that you would see. We talk about the atmospheric river or the fire hose effect, which means too much of a good thing in too short of a time. The cumulative effect of the storms between now and November 2nd or so has the potential to result in about 3 to 6 inches of rain near sea level around Seattle, Portland, Vancouver, British Columbia. However, along the immediate Pacific-facing slopes of the Olympics, Coast Mountains, and Cascades, a general 6 to 12 inches of rain or more could fall. Over the high country in Washington, Oregon, and British Columbia, there's the potential for 5 to 10 feet of snow. 5 to 10 feet. That's going to pile up until the storm train breaks down during the first week of November. Most of the snow should fall above the major passes in the Northwest, but as the storms approach, snow levels will rise before dropping as the storms head further inland. On a few occasions, it's possible to snow, maybe dipping down close to some of the passes. One such episode could occur tonight, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, when snow levels may dip down to about 3,500 feet. All right, the majority of these storms will be beneficial in terms of boosting soil moisture, helping stamp out the wildfire threat, clearing the smoke out of the air. But as more storms pass over the region, the flooding threat obviously will be increasing. Could get to the point where runoff triggers small stream flash flooding. With the anticipated amount of rain, there's probably going to be significant rises on some of the rivers in the region. Although the rivers there are not as seriously low as the Mississippi, many were still very low for this time of year and would have to substantially rise to the point where flooding could occur. But forecasters tell us this is the type of pattern where water levels can indeed rise rapidly. So, they're all packed and stacked out there over the Pacific. 6 storms over about the next, 6 to 10 days? Something along that line. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Yes, good morning, 5-7.
Gee, we're going to try this again. I want to rescue on that sandwich deal. But, the left wing nut called me up, said you told him to get some information off me on how to chain up. Mm-hmm. And I said, oh, well, that day I told him what I did is 2 dual chains on either side and 15 bungee cords. But he hung up before I told him that I didn't know how to latch the chains together at the time, and I drove clean out of that thing. So, hey, I look at it this way. If he survives his youth, I survived my youth. So, good luck. But them McRib sandwiches now, You can go to Walmart. That's the only thing I got in town, and they got that True Value or whatever in there, Swanson's or whatever. You can buy a whole tray of them McRibs, and they're in the sauce. Throw them in the microwave for 8 minutes. Lay you out hot dog buns, hamburger buns. Throw them McRibs on there and throw that sauce on there. You're good to go. I mean, if they want to quit selling it, you can still make your McRib sandwich if you want it. So let's let y'all know on that. Other than that, we're going to sit back. I just had to jump in there and just let them know if you listen there, Left Wing Nut. I basically was telling you how not to chain up. I got educated after that day. Other than that, you'd be other than that, we'd be copying the mail. How about it?
I think he knew what he was asking for because, in my conversation with him, he doesn't mind chaining up. He just doesn't like having to unchain at the end. And I said, well, your advice would be the perfect solution because the damn things aren't going to stay on to begin with. You don't have to worry about unchaining, right? It's 21 past the hour. 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. And, of course, lines available. So Joe Biden does it again. Really, you got to begin asking yourself, does he actually have a clue as to what he's doing as president of the United States? Over the weekend, it was Sunday. Yeah, remember the whole executive order, the student loan forgiveness program? That did not go through Congress. It was not voted on. But over the weekend, Joe claimed he got that bill passed for the student loan debt. And I say, quote, on a student loan debt bailout, it's passed. I got it passed by a vote or two. What is he talking about? Congress never voted on it. RNC Research sent out a tweet after Biden during his appearance on Now This, saying that his executive order for giving up to $10,000 in student debt was actually legislation that he got passed by a vote or two. Does he even know? Joe said, Quote, I just signed a law that's being challenged by my Republican colleagues. The same people that got PPP loans, in some cases up to $500,000, $600,000. They don't have a problem with that. What we've provided for is if you go to school, you qualify for a Pell Grant, you qualify for $20,000 in debt forgiveness. Secondly, if you don't have one of those loans, you just get $10,000 written off. It's passed. I got it passed by a vote or two, and it's in effect. They say a total of 13 million people have already jumped on the website and applied for that forgiveness. Of course, if you weren't with us, we mentioned yesterday morning the appeals court Friday issued an administrative stay temporarily blocking Biden's plan to cancel billions of dollars in student loans as they consider the motion from 6 Republican-led states, horse feathers, Republican-led states, to block the program. Anyway, so yesterday the press secretary, Jean Pierre, encouraged borrowers, don't worry about it, just continue to apply. Go to the website, apply for the relief. But Joe, you signed an executive order. You did not sign a law. Congress did not vote on this. What planet is he living on? All right, a couple minutes before we'll be getting that bottom of the hour news break, so hang in there. We'll get to the Rambler coming up here. Oh, is that the Charlie Parkinson impersonator? That should be thrilling. What else? Room for you at 844-844-3388. Try to download the very latest here. Keep mentioning and not getting back to the rest of the story. The story, this is being repeated around the country right now. Stephen Balka found himself living a parent's nightmare. His 2-year-old son was struggling to breathe, sometimes going as long as 7 seconds between gasping breaths. It's terrifying. It's one of my biggest fears. After rushing him to the ER, he and his wife were told their son has RSV, the common respiratory virus that doctors say is spreading at unusually high rates around the country and can cause severe illness in some infants, according to the CDC. They took their son back home after initially getting cleared by the doctors, but the labored breathing quickly returned, they say. Once again, they hurried to the ER where they waited for hours before being transferred to Texas Children's Hospital in Houston. Ended up in the intensive care unit. So we'll come back and get the rest of the story there, and then, of course, the rest of the triple-demic season that may be coming our way as we head into winter, according to the CDC.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Climate change activists in Germany threw mashed potatoes on a Claude Monet painting valued at $110 million. The act came 9 days after activists poured tomato soup on Vincent van Gogh's sunflowers, estimated to be worth $84 million. Voter interest in the midterm election is higher than ever. An NBC News survey asked voters to rate their interest level in the midterms on a 0 to 10-point scale. More than 60% said their interest was at a 10. Gas prices are staying relatively steady from the weekend as the work week gets underway. AAA puts today's nationwide average at $3.79 a gallon, which is down nearly a dime from a week ago. And a White House official says President Biden will get his updated COVID-19 booster shot on Tuesday. Biden is also expected to deliver remarks on the pandemic and highlight his administration's efforts to get Americans boosted. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So, finishing up the story on the 2-month-old, baby, difficulty breathing. Went to the hospital. They, I guess, gave him a breathing treatment or something, sends him home, and the labored breathing returns. Taken back to the hospital, ends up in the children's unit in the ICU for a week's time. If they had waited any longer, or just took him home and tried to give him some medicine, he probably would not have made it. They say right now more than 40 children are hospitalized at Texas Children's Hospital alone with RSV. At least 10 in the ICU. According to the director of the pediatric ICU there, the hospital has seen an unusually early surge in patients with RSV, which typically spikes in like December or January in the state of Texas especially. The Houston Hospital, one of several children's hospitals around the country, seeing abnormally high numbers. Of course, that's what always moving was referring to earlier, working in one of those hospitals here in the state of Ohio, which she says is just packed with children. Most children will catch RSV before they turn 2 years old. Cases are typically mild, but in young infants and other children with weakened immune or respiratory systems, it can be dangerous. Dehydration, trouble breathing, and potentially more serious illness, bronchitis or pneumonia. Let's see. Urging parents, do not hesitate to seek care for their child. Don't wait. If you feel as if something's wrong, you know your child better than anyone else. Get your child help immediately. It could be the difference. Could be something minor, or it could be something catastrophic. Now, the CDC yesterday, and, well, it's experts, infectious disease experts, warning us now, oh boy, we're headed for a trifecta this winter. After 2 years of wearing masks, social distancing, we've had a reprieve from more common viral illnesses, especially the regular old flu, they say. That's going to change, or could change, as more people are traveling, shunning protective measures, fewer restrictions in place. COVID cases are expected to rise. Coupled with a surge of influenza cases, added to the mix of viral threats is the recent increase of the third illness, the one we were just talking about, respiratory syncytial virus, RSV for short, that is overwhelming children's hospitals around the country. We're seeing everything come back with a vengeance, according to a pediatrician who specializes in the treatment and prevention of infectious diseases at Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center. Public health officials predict while most cases of COVID, flu, and RSV are expected to be mild, the triple threat of getting these illnesses together may indeed sicken more people and flood the hospitals. This potential triple-demic is uncharted territory, according to the experts. Okay. According to the experts, vaccines for COVID and the flu are still the best protection against severe illness, although they may not prevent infection. Stay up to date with your vaccines, especially the elderly, immunocompromised, and pregnant women. Of course, the younger children are particularly susceptible to influenza, and RSV may become severely ill because they have very little prior immunity. Currently, there is no vaccine for RSV. Today, we're seeing equal numbers of COVID, flu, and RSV. That is really concerning because we're very early for the flu and RSV activity. Okay, triple whammy coming our way. That's what we needed, another public health emergency, right? Maybe we better go back on lockdown, huh? Morning, Rambler.
Well, good morning, Steve, and praise God, everyone, and hello, God's children. Good morning, good evening, wherever you may be, and thank you for tuning it in to the Steve Summers Show. And man, it's my privilege to be on here, Steve, and thank you for taking my call. Praise God. I tell you what, need to be praying for all those children that's in the hospital. I mean, I couldn't imagine, my children being, months old or just a couple of years old and trying to work a job and going to the hospital. It's got to be just trifling, on these parents, and just puts things in perspective. It really does. And God bless them. We definitely need to be praying for them. But, Steve, did you have a good weekend watching football and doing things you wanted to do, sir?
It was a relatively quiet, tranquil weekend. Yeah, we did our White Castle Friday night. That was not my pick. The wife wanted White Castle. And yes, I splurged for cheese.
I'm so happy. You know, I'm not. It's nice to know that you're not such a tightwad that you wanted to put cheese on your White Castle. Now, all you need to do is combine it with the Skyline chili, and you're good to go. You know, good to go. Dip it in the Skyline chili. That's the way to go. You know, I watched my beloved Alabama Crimson Tide roll, beat up on Mississippi State over the weekend, and I tell you what, we were up 30-0, and we watched our coach lose his ever-loving mind because the the second team coming there made two mistakes and allowed them to score 6 points towards the very end. But tell you what, we're coming up on a very tough LSU team. That loss to Tennessee has awoken a giant when it comes to LSU, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that program, the way they've been playing, has really bought into Brian Kelly's system down there in the Red Stick. And you know, I hope Alabama fans don't think we're just going to march into Death Valley and take out the LSU Tigers. That's not going to happen. It's going to be, as Jim Ross would say, a slobber knocker. And I hope Georgia fans just don't think they're going to waltz into Jacksonville and just beat up on the Florida Gators, because they're going to be prepared too. And that game's happening this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
But I tell you, Georgia has got to get their. They got to get ready, because not only are they going to play a tough Florida Gators team. Shout out to Dingbat. But they got to go right the next week and play a very tough Tennessee team, even though Tennessee, the Creamsicles, are known for cheating. Anyway, enough said, no sour grapes on my end. Steve, we had a great service this past Sunday at Determined Ministries Church. The title of the message was called Don't Look Back. And, what really stood out is Luke chapter 17, verse 32. Jesus said, remember Lot's wife. Lot's wife turned, whenever God was destroying Sodom and Gomorrah, she turned and she looked back and turned into a pillar of salt. But if you read the 19th chapter of Genesis, Lot actually did not think that God was gonna destroy it. I mean, you read in there, he went to his future sons-in-laws and tell them, hey, get your stuff together. God's fixing to destroy this city. They thought he was joking. And you read a little bit further, Lot hesitated. He didn't want to leave because he was a man of importance. The only reason why God sent those angels into Sodom and Gomorrah to save Lot was for Abraham's sake, because God loved Abraham. But Lot was showing that he was of the world, Steve. And I tell you, the world, look, we have to live in it. You have to live in it, and I have to live in it. We have to make a living in this world. But, Steve, I can honestly say I don't look for this world to give me the blessings. God does that. God gives me what I need. God gives you what you need. God gives every God-fearing Christian what they need to get through this world. But it breaks my heart when I see a God-fearing Christian that has known and tasted salvation turn their back on God and go right back into the world. And, the world just ain't got nothing. You look at what's in the world today, and the crookedness, all these little communist heathens, men and women running around, all these college kids, just purity communist heathens, Steve, running around and acting a fool. And I tell you, you want to get rid of a lot of these old communist heathens? Reinstitute the doggone draft and see how fast they get out of the country. Reinstitute the draft. Make these drill sergeants be like that drill sergeant, a gunnery sergeant Hartman, in Full Metal Jacket, to go in there and rough them up, cuss them out, this, that, and the other. They won't want to join the military. They'll go ahead and get out of this country. But, you know, why would you want to go back into this heathenistic world that it won't offer you a thing? The world can't offer you what God can give you. But Steve, I know I'm not going to take up too much of your time, but 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 21 says, "For it had been better for them not to have known the way of righteousness than after they have known it to turn from the holy commandment delivered unto them." But it has happened, and it's happened to several people. But it has happened unto them according to the true proverb. The dog is turned to his own vomit again, and the sound that was washed to her wallowing in the mire. And Steve, the word mire is mud and feces. That's how disgusting mire is. And I don't know why people would want to just, you know, claim they know Jesus Christ as the Lord and Savior. And then you see what's going on in this world, all the struggle and strife and all the heathenistic things going on, and just want to give God the middle finger and go run back into the world. You know, it makes you want to question someone's salvation, which I don't do that because that's judging folks. But that's why we pray for them. That's why we show love, because, you know, you got to show the love of Christ. You know, and if a person makes their bed in hell, God didn't put them there. They put themselves there, Steve. But I'll let you go. God's children, I love you. Thank you for allowing me to ramble on. That's why they call me the Rambler. And praise God. Know this, God's children, that love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, or Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And I look forward to y'all coming and joining us every Sunday night at 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time for the Determined Ministries Church. And, you know, there's another show that comes on a couple hours later. And I did listen to you. For a matter of fact, I fell asleep listening to you, Steve. Not that you're a boring person, in the course you're not. I've had it under good authority that when you get a couple of skull busters, that you're pretty entertaining. So, not that you're not entertaining now, but you're more lively when you get a couple of skull busters in you.
Yeah.
So, but, you know, there is another show that comes on after Determined Ministries Church, and y'all just tuning in. And, you know, Steve, you got this Facebook page. You sell shirts, you sell koozies, you sell all sorts of stuff that we can support the overnight drive. Even a trucker's cap that, you know, looks pretty nice on a lot of people. But praise God. Thank you, Steve. I love everyone. Steve, I love you, my friend. Thank you, and I'll talk to y'all later. God bless you now.
Have a good night or a good morning, whatever it might be there. Yeah, because coming up on 4 a.m. Eastern time, it's morning. Yeah, it's overnightdriveradio.com. Get your T-shirts. Yeah, we got nice-looking caps. Nice hats. I can't wear a hat with my headphones on, so should wear my Steve Summers Overnight Drive hat. Got the travel mugs. 30-ounce travel mugs. Keep that ice cold for 24 hours and then some. OvernightDriveRadio.com. Good morning to Kentucky Ken. Hello to the Overnight Drive crew from Oakdale, Wisconsin this morning. It's a cool 47 degrees this morning. Got to get my shower, get ready to get my load, headed to Eau Claire. Safe travels. Kentucky Ken is listening in. There you go. Barry says, Steve, do you know anything about only having 25 days of diesel left? I heard something about it yesterday. See, and that's where oftentimes I forget. Yeah, everyone's not with us every night, but that was pretty much top story. Yeah, for our Monday morning program there, Sunday night into Monday morning, as Rambler was talking about at the midnight hour. Yes, it was a story that broke over the weekend. Oil prices, the administration's continued draining of the SPR, which has dominated the headlines in the past few weeks. But analysts say a much more impactful and serious crisis on the energy front is looming. That is a diesel fuel shortage. Diesel doesn't get a whole lot of attention. It's not in the limelight like oil or gas is, but it should, because it is the industrial lifeblood of the United States. And the price of diesel alone has a more significant impact on inflation and the prices you're paying at the grocery than any other factor. Without ample diesel, semi-trucks do not move, the farms are shut down, the critical manufacturing sectors could be crippled. Bloomberg noting last week, the United States has just 25 days of diesel supply, the lowest inventory since 2008. According to the Energy Information Administration, at the same time, the 4-week rolling average of distillates supplied, which is a proxy for demand, rose to the highest seasonal level since 2007. Oddly enough, the Biden administration, they should say not oddly enough, not so oddly, the administration has been strangely silent, probably hoping that this dismal news doesn't hit the mainstream media at a potentially political time bomb as the midterm elections are so close. Bloomberg noted the diesel crunch just weeks ahead of the midterm elections has the potential to drive up prices for consumers who already view inflation and the economy as a top voting issue. Retail prices have been steadily climbing for more than 2 weeks. Diesel at $5.34 per gallon right now. National average 50% higher than this time 1 year ago, according to AAA. The National Economic Council Director, Brian Deese, commented on the emerging crisis. Diesel inventories are unacceptably low, and he said all options are on the table. Now, what that means, I don't know. What does that translate? What is 25 days supply? According to Javier Blas, the U.S. has 106 million barrels of diesel stockpiles. Last time inventories were that low in mid-October was 1951. Inventories should be 30% higher this time of year. We may have another wave of energy-led inflation coming our way. Of course, I told you that several weeks ago when we started reporting those 30 and 40 cent per gallon increases in prices in various regions around the country. 2 weeks ago, it was 46 cents a gallon jump in the New England region. The Mid-Atlantic was up 40 cents per gallon. All that is going to translate to what we're paying, a.k.a. inflation. The inflationary pressures are just going to go up. Ryan Fournier says the U.S. has 25 days until our diesel gas supply is depleted. Well, it would be depleted if we don't put any more in. It's not like we're not producing any diesel. It's just the inventories are way below where they should be at this point in time. Prices are going to skyrocket across the board if this happens, he said. All right, let's see what's going on. Morning, Charlie.
Yeah, good morning, listeners. Yeah. Here is the unofficial Charlie Ferguson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. In the news this evening, there seems to be a disturbance again over at the Cogswell Corners fire station during the bingo game. Well, it seems as though Charlie Smith and Robert Jones was over at the local distillery and hat shop partaking of the distilled beverages. Well, they went over to pick up their wives at the bingo game, and there was only one spot left, and they collided. Well, that's only the beginning of the problems. Upon authorities' inspection, neither one of them had had a driver's license for over 20 years, no insurance, no nothing. So, needless to say, they were both arrested for public intoxication, along with driving under the influence. Now, a word from our sponsor. GMA&B Enterprises is proud to tell everybody that their pond umbrellas are still available. And yes, they are still selling like hotcakes at a desert oasis. But they have introduced a new product. They're introducing products you didn't know you needed until they told you about them. Now, our latest product is solar-powered night lights. Yes, that's right. In the morning, you take your night lights out and lay them in the sun. In the evening, you bring them in and light your home all night. All personally, visually inspected by the blind man. Just remember their motto at GMA&B Enterprises will treat you right. Back to you, Steve.
All right. Couldn't get back soon enough, could we? Hello to Dipsy Driver, Morning Steve, and the best informed audience out there. Clear, 60 degrees, heading for a high of 73 today. Then only the mid-50s for the rest of the week here in mid-Michigan. Kind of wonder if you had that little Indian summer over the weekend. Does that mean you're headed toward the end of your Indian summer? All right. He then goes on to say diesel at $5.59, and the BP station was out. I had to buy A1 kerosene at $6.99 a gallon for the garage heater. $6.99 a gallon for A1 kerosene. Wow. Okay, we'll see where it goes with the diesel supplies. Coming up, we got our final hour on the horizon. Other industry headlines. Of course, Travel Centers of America, for a number of years, has been doing their Citizen Driver Awards honorees. Well, we've got a pair of drivers being honored for their hard work and integrity throughout their driving careers. Here a few days ago, TA announced the latest recipients of the Citizen Driver Award. Who are they? We'll let you know. Coming up just ahead. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Police in St. Louis have identified the suspect that they say opened fire at the Central Visual and Performing Arts High School Monday morning. Police say 19-year-old Orlando Harris shot and killed a teacher and a student and injured at least 6 others before he exchanged gunfire with police and was killed. Police say Harris graduated from the school last year and had no prior criminal record. St. Louis Police Chief Michael Sack told reporters this afternoon that Harris came to the school heavily armed.
This could have been much worse. The individual had almost a dozen 30-round, high-capacity magazines on him. So that's a whole lot of victims there.
Chief Sack told reporters Monday that policing in the city is a challenge because guns are easy to get in the state.
Gun laws in Missouri are very broad, allow people to have weapons. They can carry them openly down any street. And there's really nothing that we can do.
An undersheriff in rural Kansas faces a manslaughter trial Monday for fatally shooting an unarmed man with a homemade beanbag ground out of his personal shotgun, a case that comes amid a national reckoning on police violence. Jury selection will start in the trial of Virgil Brewer, who was with the Barber County Sheriff's Office at the time of the deadly encounter with Stephen Myers in October 2017, outside a shed in Sun City, about 300 miles from Kansas City, Kansas. Brewer's criminal trial is expected to focus on whether his lack of knowledge and training with the less lethal munitions amounted to reckless involuntary manslaughter. Donald Trump's company went on trial Monday in a criminal tax case, and the first task facing the court was a big one, picking a jury of New Yorkers who didn't have a strong opinion about the former president. About half of an initial pool of 132 prospective jurors begged off of the jury before formal questioning began. This is USA Radio News.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you can get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that's MediShare. You get both. The typical family saves $500 a month switching to MediShare. And that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. It's because MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge PPO network. So, yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. If you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
The Justice Department has unsealed charges against 2 Chinese intelligence officers that the agency alleges worked to obstruct the DOJ's investigation of a telecommunications giant. It's one of 3 cases the Justice Department unsealed against more than 12 individuals associated with the Chinese government, 11 of whom were intelligence officers, according to FBI Director Christopher Wray. Here's Attorney General Merrick Garland.
Over the past week, the Justice Department has taken several actions to disrupt criminal activity by individuals working on behalf of the government of the People's Republic of China.
Here's the AG on one of the cases.
The indictment alleges that the defendants, working at the direction of the government of the PRC, engaged in a campaign of harassment, threats, surveillance, and intimidation aimed at coercing the victim to return to China.
Rishi Sunak will become Britain's first Prime Minister of color on Tuesday after he won the race to lead the Conservative Party, tasked with steering a deeply divided country through an economic downturn set to leave millions of people poorer. One of the wealthiest politicians in Westminster, Sunak, 42, will become the country's youngest leader in modern times, and its third in less than 2 months, as he takes over during one of the most turbulent eras in British political history. He replaces Liz Truss, who only lasted 44 days before she had to resign. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, let's do it. Get that final hour underway on a Tuesday. Here you go. Final week of our $1,000 daily driver bonus. With TNCRadio.live, we've teamed up in this nationwide contest. Can't win unless you register. But you need a keyword. It's that simple. Here, this hour's keyword is money. Money, money, money. M-O-N-E-Y. Go to TNCRadio.live or use the TNCRadio.live app. Enter the keyword. You'll have additional keywords, 10 a.m., 7 p.m. Eastern Time today. Each keyword is an additional entry, so you could get 4 entries per day. TNCRadio.live. Good luck. Money is your keyword. Coming up 1 hour from now. Stick around on TNCRadio.live. It's all about mind, body, and soul. Tuesday morning. Don't miss an all-new episode of Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Kortman. Now, you can learn to be stronger mentally, just like you can learn great fighting moves. Catch an all-new episode 5 a.m. Then it's Hope Zvara with the Driver Podcast this morning. Finally coming up 7 a.m. Eastern Time, an all-new episode of The Trucker's Life from our friends at TFC Global. But again, your keyword is money. Yeah, I just looked here. It is Tuesday, the 25th of October, starting today. Got our latest promotion from hotshotsecret.com. I know we're all thinking about trick or treat. How about pick your treat? Now through October 31st, Halloween, you can pick your treat. With every purchase of $55 or more, you can choose a 4-ounce everyday diesel treatment, LX4, or an 8-ounce of the brand new everyday diesel treatment with Winter Rescue. There you go. The pick your treat sale. So, place your order, get up to $55 or more. Pick what you'd like to have tossed in absolutely free. A 4-ounce EDT, a 4-ounce LX4, or an 8-ounce EDT plus WD. All at hotshotsecret.com. All right, I mentioned there the Citizen Driver Honorees, they call them. They're honorees. The 2022 Citizen Driver Award. These two have a combined 95 years of trucking experience with over 8 million collision-free miles. According to Barry Richards, president of TA, each year our Citizen Driver program honors those who go above and beyond to serve others. Their commitment to delivering our nation's goods, no matter the circumstances, critical for our country's economy. We're committed to continuing to share these drivers' stories and demonstrate why they deserve respect and recognition year-round. So this year, drivers were nominated between May the 1st and June 30th. According to TA, winners are based on their background, their participation in initiatives, community service, safety, health and wellness, leadership, all these different things. Nearly 200 drivers were nominated this year. Winners receive an award, a check for $5,000, as well as a $2,500 donation to the charity of their choice. On top of that, of course, the drivers get to choose a TA Petro or TA Express location to be dedicated in their honor, with a bronze plaque, the driver's image, and their story installed on the front of the building. So who do we have? This year, the honorees Doug Smith and Susie DeRider, the latest recipients. Doug, from Bountiful, Utah, selected the TA in Thule, Utah, to be dedicated in his name. His $2,500 donation will be split amongst the St. Christopher Fund, Tunnel to Towers, and Truckers Final Mile. That was his pick. Now, Susie, a resident of Fredericton, New Brunswick, Canada, chose the TA in Barstow, California, to be dedicated in her name. And for her charity, Truckers Final Mile will receive that $2,500. There you go, the annual Citizen Driver Honorees, which launched back in 2013 to recognize the professional drivers who keep America moving. And from the very beginning right up until the pandemic of 2020, I was privileged to be one of the honorary judges with TA and Petro stopping centers. Got to see the profiles and select. You'd get typically, early on, it was more like 20 nominees that you'd have to select from and go from 20 to 1. And the overall lowest score of all the judges would be the honorees. First couple of years, I think they had 5 honorees. Then they kind of cut it down to 3, then now to 2 per year. But there you go. Congratulations, tip of the hat to this year's Citizen Driver honorees. James, I believe it is. Morning, James. What's happening?
Hey, morning, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well. What's going on?
Just rolling up 71, but I'm not eating Reese Cups. Yesterday you was talking about Elon Musk and the Twitter thing, and I saw an article. I don't know if it was the end of last week or over the weekend, but Biden is sticking the Department of Justice on that deal to investigate that as a matter of national security.
That question came up. That question came up yesterday during the White House press briefing, and supposedly, what's her name? Jean-Pierre said that those reports are not true. Yeah, the National Security Review, she said, is not true. I don't know. Okay. That's what she said.
No, I didn't hear that.
But I did.
Right.
I did see what I saw several stories of that there's national security interest. It's. I mean, it sounds like last I heard the deal's supposed to be done by the end of this week. So Elon could very well be the owner of Twitter by the end of the week. And they also said he's probably gonna clear house. He's gonna like 3/4 of the staff are gonna be let go.
Yeah, I did see that too. Secondly, so for the 4 years that Trump was president, you remember all the Democrats, he's going to start World War III. He's going to get us in this or that, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess that was just another case of the Democrats, accuse your enemy of, what you're doing, or I guess in this case, planning. Did you hear they deployed the 101st Airborne to, I think it was Romania, but somewhere right next to Ukraine, and the Pentagon's message is they're ready to go into the Ukraine if they need to, I don't know, defend NATO or something. But that's, scary times that we're living in right at the moment. Why would the government try to escalate this into that? to me, that's just, somewhere we don't need to be.
You're getting way too close to being in harm's way. I mean, I guess what would they be doing? Trying to send a message to Vladimir if he uses a tactical nuke? Because that's been all the chatter. He's going to use a tactical nuke, or maybe even yesterday the headline was they're planning to use a dirty bomb, a dirty nuclear weapon. I guess sending the message, don't do it, because we're right there next door.
Yeah.
But would that not be? Would that not be essentially kind of saying that's World War III?
Yeah. I also saw that Congress is trying to approve $50 billion more to send to the Ukraine. Where are they getting all this money?
Well, we just write a check, James. It's that's what we do. Remember when AOC was asked about when they said her full-fledged Green New Deal was going to be, I can't remember, was it $30 trillion or something? They said, how in the hell are you going to pay for that? She said, well, we just write a check. It's as simple as that. But as far as the 101st Airborne, true, the U.S. Army's 101st Airborne has been deployed to Europe for the first time in almost 80 years. Amid the soaring tension between Russia and the American-led NATO military alliance, the light infantry unit nicknamed the Screaming Eagles, trained to deploy on any battlefield in the world within hours, ready to fight. CBS News joined the division's deputy commander, Brigadier General John Lubas, and Colonel Edwin Medhades on a Black Hawk helicopter for the hour-long ride to the very edge of NATO territory, only about 3 miles from Romania's border with Ukraine, as he said. From the moment Russia's Vladimir Putin launched his full-scale invasion, his forces have advanced northward from the Crimean Peninsula. For more than 7 months now, troops have tried to push along the Black Sea coast into the Kherson region, aiming to capture the key Ukrainian port city. Their goal to cut off all Ukrainian access to the sea, leaving the country and its military forces pretty much landlocked. That threat, though, so close to NATO territory in Romania, they say is why America's most elite air assault division has been sent in with some heavy equipment. We are ready to defend every inch of NATO soil, Lubas says. We bring a unique capability from our air assault capability. We're a light infantry force, but again, we bring that mobility with us for our aircraft and our air assaults. But right there, 3 miles from the border with Ukraine. That's mighty close. And let's see what's going on with the Scarecrow this morning. Hey there.
Morning, Stephen. I figured the last time when I was I was about to come on board there, and then you had to bring up about Mr. Rogers there, and I thought, oh, yeah, he wants to talk Packers. Oh, he's a true friend. He's really going to turn in the screws, but fortunately, always moving ran interference for me, so I was off the hook there. But, Steve, you are the resident weather prognosticator. So do we thank you for sending this wind up our way? It's somewhat died down a little now, but a couple hours back, the whole trip down across state, sawing back and forth on the steering wheel, and it just plain that. I guess it sounds like it's this all across the country, huh?
Yeah, it's.
Oh,
you can blame me if you want. I just try to bring you the information you need so you're forewarned. But yeah, it's windy out there.
Yeah, but we got to point fingers at somebody.
Surely.
There's always a fall guy.
Yeah.
And keep that in mind, No, I was thinking about a little ways up to the north of Milwaukee area. There's a windmill farm and whatnot, and I'm thinking, man, they got those. If they don't have those things turned 90 degrees way, them things are going to take off, and one of them blades are going to land out in the backyard of the secret bunker there way. Yeah, it was just plain nasty. Earlier in the program, there was a little talk about CBs and hooking up, and back in the day, I got to thinking, social media I suppose a CB could have been considered the social media of the 70s and 80s, huh? I got to thinking about the future Mrs. Crow at that time. She had a CB in her car, a not so desirable Ford or a Ford Maverick, and like every young guy with a pickup truck, had a couple whips on there, but I don't think we ever communicated. I've never heard her speak on the radio thinking about it here. But yeah, our first rendezvous was like so many at that time. It happened to be beer that was involved. But I walked into a late hours joint, and at that time when one place closed up, there was always one that stayed open another hour or two later. So everybody headed down there, and there's a couple of young ladies, one with a glass of beer about the size of a small pitcher, and I just had to say something, and she smiled and said, "Yep, it's my birthday." And well, one thing led to another. She gave me a ride home, or back to my truck, and actually it wasn't her that gave the ride, because she promised to get me back to my truck, but she didn't have her car with it. She was hinging that on somebody else giving us a ride, and so either way that got kind of drawn out. But it's funny, both of my boys met our future daughters-in-law via social media and such. But yeah, that has certainly changed, a bunch. But yeah, first time I met my wife's dad there, of course he was dating at the time too, so he was maybe a little blind or what to my being. But when first time he walked in the house, I jumped to my feet and shook his hand, and he told my wife later on, he said, "Boy, that John boy, he's a nice guy." Well, if he knew what his future son-in-law was up to 5 minutes prior to his popping in the door, he might not have said the same thing at the time. But there's always that effort, but I guess this really isn't so much trucking oriented at the moment here, but the wheels started turning when the subject first came up, when I think it was 57, somebody else talking about communicating with the girls on the CBs back in the day.
Hey, we know two of our listeners met their future spouses via the CB radio. At least two.
Yeah, there we go. And like you say, it'd have been the late 70s, around 78, 79, right in that window. Well, that was, the CB was just hot and heavy at that point in time, so yeah, anybody and everybody was able to communicate across the airwaves. But I really didn't have anything serious for you here. I guess it's probably turned into more of a casual Tuesday, huh?
That'll work.
That'll work. That's what. Yeah, sure. That's what I had for you there, Steve. We'll let you go there, and we'll make room for the next wave.
Hey, thank you very much, Scarecrow. Have a good morning. Yeah, so we know Captain Ron was the first. Captain Ron met his future spouse on the CB. Then Phil chimed in on Facebook. He's the guy that was out in the middle of the lake and talked her into coming out on the lake, and the rest is history. He was on a frozen lake. Did I specify that? So all these companies pulling out of Russia. I guess Yum Brands announcing yesterday they've reached a deal to sell all their KFC restaurants in Russia to a local operator there. That'll pave the path to fully exit the country. Of course, Yum Brands, which also owns the Taco Bell and Pizza Hut brands, will transfer ownership of all their Russian KFC locations. The buyer will then be responsible for rebranding the restaurants and retaining the existing employees. Many, many companies have sold their assets in Russia to local managers as they scramble to comply with the sanctions. Now, Yum Brands transaction has to be approved by regulators. Once it's completed, Yum Brands will have ceased its corporate presence in Russia. Yeah, back in July, they had already transferred ownership of their Pizza Hut assets to a local Russian operator. There will be, it's almost like there ain't going to be no big-name international restaurants left in Russia, right? There will be no McDonald's, no KFC, no Pizza Huts. I mean, all the others that have exited operations in the country. Yes, everything becomes what, your local mom and pop's restaurant now? What do they do? All right, a couple minutes before we hit that bottom of the hour news break, we'll get to Vic coming up here, 5-7 back on board, and room for you at 844-3388. I am not a user of what they call dry shampoo. My wife and some other women I know have used dry shampoos. I guess if you can't get the actual shower and the shampoo your hair, they call it dry shampoo. Unilever has issued a voluntary recall of several brands of dry shampoo, fears of an elevated level of benzene, creating cancer risks. Now, the products made for the dry shampoo brands like Dove, Nexus, Suave, Rockaholic, Bedhead, Tresemme, all products manufactured since October 21st of last year pulled off the shelves. There's 19 total products involved in this recall. According to a statement, Unilever recalling these products out of an abundance of caution. We have not received reports of adverse events to date related to this recall, but after an internal investigation, Unilever found the product's propellant was the source of potential high amounts of benzene, which can lead to anemia when consistently applied, according to the CDC. Not the first time a major company has pulled products off shelves over benzene fears. Just last year, Johnson & Johnson pulled their Neutrogena and Aveeno sunscreens, the spray sunscreens, off the shelf after detecting benzene in those products. Most recently, Edgewell Personal Care and Company also issued a voluntary recall of one of their sunscreen spray products after they found trace levels of benzene in their products. While benzene is not an ingredient in any Banana Boat products, the review, I guess, showed the unexpected levels of benzene came from, again, the propellant that sprays the product out of the can. So there you go. Just in case you might be one of those dry shampoo users, not going to find a lot of them on the shelf. It is news break time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Climate change activists in Germany threw mashed potatoes on a Claude Monet painting valued at $110 million. The act came 9 days after activists poured tomato soup on Vincent van Gogh's sunflowers, estimated to be worth $84 million. Voter interest in the midterm election is higher than ever. An NBC News survey asked voters to rate their interest level in the midterms on a 0 to 10-point scale. More than 60% said their interest was at a 10. Gas prices are staying relatively steady from the weekend as the work week gets underway. AAA puts today's nationwide average at $3.79 a gallon, which is down nearly a dime from a week ago. And a White House official says President Biden will get his updated COVID-19 booster shot on Tuesday. Biden is also expected to deliver remarks on the pandemic and highlight his administration's efforts to get Americans boosted. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack? Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So I had to do a quick check. We've got neighbors. Very nice people. Neighbors. They're Hindu. Yeah, Cincinnati, Ohio, for whatever reason, is a city where a large population of Bhutanese have immigrated over the years. So a very large population in this city. And just so happens in the community I live in, quite a few have moved into the neighborhood in the surrounding areas. And Yeah, I noticed a lot of lights. And this past evening, I saw some candles burning outside the neighbor's house, and I've seen throughout the night they've had some flashing lights going on, different colors and whatnot. I said, I'm going to do a quick search. It must be some sort of a Hindu holiday or something. And I see the headline from October 24, Diwali, the Hindu Festival of Lights, which is celebrated worldwide, apparently, the Hindu community. So that's what all the lights and the candles are all about. There you go. Now I know. Festival of Lights. All right, Vic is on board. What's happening, Vic?
Hey, good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Yeah. Did you see where that India said they couldn't set off fireworks during their Diwali holiday or whatever they call it because of air pollution?
Really?
They also set off fireworks. Yeah, they also set off fireworks on that day. And just kind of a side note before I get to this student loan thing. When I was listening to Rambler there, I'm not too much into religion, but I follow a lot of the space stuff and ancient aliens and all that. And there are so many civilizations around the world that talk about the sky people and the people that are spreader of lights. And there are multiple missing books of the Bible that they decided they wouldn't include into it when King James rewrote everything. So, but anyway, it's interesting that even our Christmas, which was a pagan festival of lights, there's something about light that all goes back to those people, and that they call this Diwali a festival of lights. So I don't know what the connection is, but there's always a connection there, and it goes through all civilizations. And like the Hopi Indians out in the Southwest, they always talked about the Anunnaki or the sky people. But I digress there. Get off on a subject I could go for hours on. But back to the current situation about the student loan forgiveness. During the pandemic, a lot of the colleges, did that remote learning. Kids were at home and everything else. But there's a lawsuit here in Indiana now in which a student is claiming that he paid for full on-campus learning, and that wasn't what he got. So therefore, he's entitled to a refund. I don't know exactly where that's going, but that refund would be pretty massive because it happened all across the United States. And if you had your last year was in the year of the pandemic, you'd already invested so much into your education, you pretty much had to go on, and you couldn't get a job at that time anyway. And even those kids that graduated then couldn't get a job. But the only people that Biden is going to forgive loans to are the people that had government loans. So it's really not fair to all, because a lot of students couldn't qualify for government loans and they took out private loans. So he's not really being fair to all the college students. I don't know where they came up with that idea, but by and large, they should have gotten a bigger refund from the colleges there. So I just, when I was hearing all this about Biden's student forgiveness, he signed an executive order for that. It just struck me as odd.
Where does he come off Sunday trying to allude to the fact that I've signed legislation that I got passed by a vote or two, and it's in effect? I mean, I'm assuming someone up there wrote out an executive order and said, "Yeah, here, Joe, sign this." And he thinks it was actually legislation. Does he even know it was just an executive order?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure what he knows. And some of the stuff that is not only Joe Biden, a lot of the stuff that I'm looking at now that's coming out. Talk about the diesel fuel thing. And you mentioned about 1951, and I'm thinking to myself, comparatively, I don't know what they're talking about tonight. It's the same as 1951.
The inventory levels, but how many trucks were on the roads in 1951 compared to today. So the 1951 inventory level, I mean, it would be nothing in comparison.
That's correct. And a lot of those trucks still use gasoline, steam, the trains, the locomotives. They were still, a lot of those were still coal-fired. They hadn't made the complete switch to diesel. I mean, you talk about comparing apples to oranges. That's really comparing apples to oranges. And today, most of your backup generators run on diesel to charge your electric vehicles. So that the situation is entirely different. So I really don't know. I seen that figure, and it kind of struck me as odd. And I was looking at a transportation club thing. They were interviewing a guy on one of the financial shows, and he's supposed to be part of the transportation club. And he said one barge would hold 138 trucks worth of things. He's talking about the Mississippi River. And I'm thinking to myself, surely he misquoted. Now, one barge tow of 14 barges might carry 138 trucks, because one barge holds about 10 trucks. So if you have a 14 barge tow, that would be 140.
The figures I saw a few weeks ago said one tow with like 14 barges would be equivalent to nearly 1,000 trucks.
No, you can figure that by cubic foot, but I'm going by roughly round figures. A grain semi will hold 1,000 bushels, and a barge will hold 50,000 bushels. So you're talking about 50 trucks to the barge there. That's 10 trucks to the barge there.
I just did a quick Google search, Vic. It says one standard 15 barge river tow has the same capacity as 1,050 trucks or 216 rail cars.
Okay. So there's 50,000 bushels to the barge. Most of them, some of them are larger.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 50 trucks. And you said a 14 barge tow?
15 barge river tow. 15 barge.
15 barge, yeah. I think it's 750, but anyway, just off the top of my head. And how many did they say it was?
1,050 trucks or 216 rail cars pulled by 6 locomotives.
Okay. Well, that still seems a little larger, but now some of your big box barges, they'll hold 60,000. So I'm not exactly sure what they're talking about, what size of barges they're talking about.
Only reason that popped up in my head is because we were talking about the Mississippi River levels being so low, right. And if they can't move all the coal that moves on the grain, and someone shared the figures of how many trucks it would take. There's no way we'd have enough trucks to pick up the slack for the barge traffic.
Yeah, that's correct. And then whenever they were talking about the rail, why they couldn't go to rail, because they said a lot of the the rails run east and west and not north and south, and that wasn't exactly true either. And it's been about 3 or 4 years ago now, they started doing experiments, taking containerized grain off the Great Lakes and going over to the East Coast and going to Europe, and they had a backup system in place for that. Of course, they ran out of containers and a supply situation. So I'm not exactly sure where all this was going, but I was looking at some of the things that guy was saying on this financial advisory show, and I'm thinking to myself, well, boy, things have really changed a lot since, back in the day whenever I was looking at all that, and have to figure out where the freight would go. And close to a year ago, the grain elevators that seen all this coming, I guess, or whenever they were having some low water levels for some time in the drought, they were fussing that the rail wasn't giving them adequate service to ship unit trains, which that's 100-car unit trains. They have ports that were set up to ship the 100-car unit trains in bulk. So there was a lot of things that were going on that I don't know. What I'm trying to drive at is I don't know if somebody gave Mayor Pete bad information, or he didn't research it, or what the deal was, or exactly where Biden was, or the Transportation Secretary, the Energy Secretary. But we had other options before it got to this crisis level.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not debating the fact that we have a crisis level now, but they should have looked and really seen the whole story and looked and made decisions based on that. And I see that constantly with this particular group of people in Washington. They have a political agenda they want to fulfill, and that's what they use to make their decisions. They don't really look at the whole situation of exactly what created the situation in the first place. Mm. And if what created the situation disagrees or would bring out the fact that they had an error in judgment way back when, they won't go near it, and they'll move heaven and earth to try to justify all their decision making.
Absolutely,
which was wrong in the first place.
Well, don't forget, in the event that we go into recession next year, whether it's a mild or a deep, whatever it's going to, just remember, it's because when the Republicans take the midterms and they're in control, it's going to be the Republicans' fault that we're in a recession next year. They're already laying the groundwork for that. Yeah, I did a couple more scrolls down here. I guess the numbers vary depending on who you ask. This one says a single barge can transport significantly larger volumes than a single truck. One barge can transport the volume of approximately 60 trucks. So if you do 15 times 60, that's not quite 1,050, but it's about 900, somewhere in the 900. So 900, 1,000, that's, I guess it depends again on who you ask, right? All right, Big Sexy and his band of merry men, which I would assume would obviously be the Big Moose, and who knows who might be on the line. We got him coming up in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, one more tidbit from the PJ Media story. The headline about America has 25 days of diesel left, which Vic was kind of talking about that. They say, how bad is the situation truly? Let's put the pieces together. We have a historically low supply of diesel fuel, which powers everything that allows us to eat, drink, and live our lives. Because of the diminished supply under Biden, we have surging prices, making the cost of hauling goods, farming, and everything else that requires diesel fuel, which is pretty much everything, higher than ever before, which will cause prices of everything we use and need to increase in the coming months significantly. Add to that a potentially hard, cold winter for many parts of the country when heating oil demand will skyrocket, causing prices to soar once again over competition for what's left in the tank. Now, he says, I'd say it's unbelievable that the Biden administration has let the problem get so bad as to be a potentially crippling crisis for America in the coming months. But it's not. In fact, it's quite believable. It lines up with other jaw-droppingly stupid decisions made by the current White House that many actually believe are so bad that they're probably intentional, for whatever sinister reason. So in other words, if you thought prices at the pump, the grocery store, and everything else that affects our lives are high right now, you ain't seen nothing yet, Jack. It's quoting from Ryan Ledendecker, covering politics, breaking news for PJ Media, again, about the 25 days diesel supply. See what's going on, Big Sexy and his band of merry men. Is it like the Three Stooges or what?
No, not much of a band.
Just the Two Stooges tonight. Everybody else fell off. They didn't last through the interminable wait, Steve.
Oh, sorry. That was 20. I was at 16 minutes. Come on.
No, just. He's ringing your phone. Well, I got to disagree with the professor there, Steve. The average, I'd love to see a truck that could haul 10,000 bushels of anything. Now, talking about corn, which is the most shipped commodity as far as food commodity goes, a bulk commodity, you're going to get about 800 bushels, 860 bushels a truck. So corn weighs 50 pounds a bushel, like 56 pounds a bushel. So you're going to be lucky to get 860 pounds on a truck before you're overweight. And, I don't know where the 10,000 bushels a truck come from. I'm telling you, going by the tearaweight on the average 18-wheeler, your payload's going to range anywhere from 45,000 to 48,000 pounds, what you can legally haul under 80,000 pounds, depending on the tearaweight of your equipment. You're going to be allowed to haul 45,000 to 48,000 pounds. 10,000 bushels would be 4.5 pounds a bushel. Now, I don't know what you could pick that weighs 4.5 pounds a bushel.
Popcorn.
A bushel's a big damn basket. A bushel is a big damn basket, Steve. So 4.5 pound a bushel, I don't know what he's hauling to get 10,000 bushels on a truck, but it damn sure ain't no corn or beans or nothing like that, I can tell you that.
Here's another chart. I'm looking at here. River barge, railroad car, truck. Now it says when it comes to bushels, barge, 52,500 bushels. Railroad car, 3,500 bushels. Truck, 875 bushels.
Well, there you go. And, I've been doing this a minute or two. Now, I ain't going to claim I got some fancy degree from some fancy university, but I'm going to tell you something. I'm the gear shiftingest, gear jammingest, diesel huffingest truck driver that ever sucked a breath of diesel fumes, buddy. You have to get up pretty damn early to pull one over on the old moose as it pertains to a truck. Now, as far as the rest of the world, the rest of the ways of the world goes, I don't know crap about nothing. I'll be the first one to admit to it. But I have devoted my life to this business, and you got to get up pretty damn early. I can figure out gear ratios in my mind, Steve. I've done it many times. I know what these trucks weigh. I can figure it out. And I tell you what, I can do it off my head. You can figure it up with a calculator, and I guarantee you I'll be within 10% of whatever you can figure it out to a clinical formulation.
Yeah.
And at 10,000 bushels to a truck, I don't know if you're hauling cotton candy by the bushel or whatever, but that's an awful light bushel.
We used to haul them apples and stuff for Castellini, haul green beans. I mean, I've hauled a lot of produce. I've hauled a lot of commodities by the bushel. And like I said, best case, if you can get 850 bushel on a truck, you're doing something, and stack it on there legal. And, that 10,000 bushels, I was like, what the hell is he talking about?
That chart I sent you about comparison ratio, that comes from a barge company deal, that does barges. They should know what they can put on a barge.
Yeah. I'm sure Vic will be doing. He's probably pulling it up now, and he'll call and say, "I stand corrected. I'm sorry. I was wrong on my bushels."
Plus, right now with that river the way it is, they can't load the barges down anyway.
Right.
Yeah, and then that comes a whole other thing, because, you got drift on those barges, and drift is the amount of water it takes to float one. And empty, it's something like, if I remember right, it's like 6.5 feet. You got to have at least 6.5 feet of water to float the empty barge, and for every pound you put in it, you've got to have more water under it, That's the problem they run into when that water gets down. It affects the drift levels of them barges. They just won't float.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't got enough water, they won't float.
They can't get them into the ports to load them. You saw the pictures I sent you, Steve, from ones that rice and grain over at Osceola, where it was dry. They were sitting on the ground.
Yep.
I mean, they got to be able to get them into the ports to load them, and then get them back out on the river to float them.
Hey, but you know what, fellas, all kidding aside, we live in a wonderful place. The Democrats are ruling. Joe Biden's the president. I can use the woman's crapper. I can get a dress and high heels on and prance around downtown like Hogan's goat. I can dress up like Klinger and use the women's crapper and all of that stuff. And I can say that I've got PTSD, and all this crap. And I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to get me a bushel of marijuana until this truck driving crap, they can just stick it. I'm going to get me a bushel of marijuana and a dress, and I'm going to come down with arthritis and a bad case of the Democrats.
Sounds like a plan, Moose. I don't know that I'd want to see you in that dress, though. Lord help us, I might need some of that.
Hey, you definitely don't want to see me bend over in it. I can guarantee you that. But hey, we tie this thing up, and put a bow on it, keep it twixt the spotted and the solid sunny side up. We'll catch you again.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. That pretty much times it out there. There you go. It wraps it up there on a Tuesday morning. Get my days straight. All right, come on back at the midnight hour tonight. We'll do it all over again. Join us for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling.